Good morning. We are live and we're on air. Happy Friday. The only housekeeping to remind that we are live and we're online is whenever you're speaking, remember to speak into the mics so that the people at home that are listening can hear what's being said and the questions that you're asking. Other than that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. P, who will introduce Dr. Poor, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first retreat together. And just want to introduce Mr. Poor, who's going to be our facilitator today. And I know he's been in front of us before, but Mr. Poor comes with a lot of experience and does a lot of training nationally with school boards and superintendents. So, Mr. Poor, welcome. Glad to have you again.
Thank you so much. It's really good to be here. I'm hoping my voice conveys enough so that Jay's saying I'm able to reach the audience. If not, I'll get a hold of the mic. But I so appreciate the opportunity to be here. I know it sounds weird, somebody that's been in education like for 40 years, but I'm a little nervous because this is important. And, I don't want to screw it up. And I don't want you to leave here and say, oh my God, that was just forever. Okay, I want you to have this experience and say, wow, this was helpful. Okay, it deepened some of my knowledge about the core work of what boards and superintendents need to do together. It made me understand a little more about my colleagues, made me understand a little bit more about some of the staff, and it's going to also help the staff ends up some of the things that come out of this. It's going to help them be able to be more effective. I'm not going to go into a ton of things like on intros that go around the room because guess what? Once we get started, you're going to see that we're going to end up diving into some of the things. It's going to help me learn more about you, but I happen to think it's going to help you learn some things about each other. I will say that I was your neighbor for a long time as the superintendent of Little Rock. I think some of you know that. I had a total of 38 years of education. I was not a guy that bounced around in school districts very much. I had 4 different districts. Each one of them, I think the shortest span was 4 years as a superintendent in a very small district inside the middle of Denver. The district I grew up in Card Springs, that was 23 years, 5 years in Bentonville, 6 years in Little Rock. So that's kind of my sequence or whatever. Ed Partners, we're proud to work with you guys. We helped out, some of the new board members may not know this, but we helped do a middle school review that helped kind of say, here's what we need to do to move things forward, and here are things that we need to do to try to really enhance education at your middle school sites. We are doing training like this all over. So the training that we've done in Arkansas, Jonesboro, Osceola, we've done Watson Chapel, we've done Russellville, Fort Smith. I think that covers all just school board training. And then we've done things nationally, whether it's in Indianapolis or Denver Public Schools. So we're a little bit all over the place. We don't market ourselves, like we don't try to go beg for business. Usually people come to us and say, hey, can you help us solve a problem? And that's what we're about. I really appreciate how this all got set up with Dr. Paluski and Dr. Redis. And then the thought that I had initially was say, hey, if we can have 2 other people in the room, it's going to enhance our conversations. One of them is to have your legal advice person, Jay Burkett, here, because if he's here, what ends up happening is that he's going to be able to cover some of the compliance aspects of your work and the legal requirements of your work. That's important, okay, because that is a part of governance. You have to govern effectively, and so you have to understand the rules that you need to be playing by. The other side is, when you start talking about strategy, okay, strategy. I'm trying to think of that funny word that people use, but strategy. Strategery, that's the word I couldn't get out. Thank you, Kevin. Strategery. Yeah, strategery. You've got to have an understanding of your resource, right? Mm-hmm. Because there are things, especially you as new board members, that are going to say, here's why I ran. Or some of you that have been on the board for a while longer say, I still haven't seen this come across the finish line. We haven't got where I want to be. Well, you have to understand the financial aspects of things. of what's coming in, what's changing, what's evolving, what are some things that are kind of markers that actually say, ooh, caution, yellow, maybe even red flag, you have to be really careful. Or here's some things that are some green light stuff that can be done if we manage our resources wisely. So having him in the room is really critical. I appreciate you making this all happen. Sure. Finally, I want to thank Rhonda. I see Rhonda coming down the hall right now, so we want to thank her for getting us all set up and putting everything together so that we're able to have this time together. So let's go into kind of, you're going to say, and now this is just my part. Okay, this isn't like the part with Greg's attitude. So this is Jay and I's end of this, is this, which you're going to say, okay, how long is this going? Are we here till Sunday? You know, is this like we sleeping over too? But it's not that. It's going to be about, we're going to move, we're going to go as fast as you want us to go, and we're going to have some really good interaction. As you look through this sheet, you can see all sorts of things that we're going to do, but I guess the key thing that I would tell you is that we want to give you some foundational things that I think are really going to help. I want to call you out on some things I think you need to look at, maybe modify and change with some of your delivery. And then we want to talk about, what is governance. And then finally, we want to kind of go towards Jay helping us deal with that legal aspect of what's sound governance from that perspective. And then finally, get into the whole thing with strategy, which then that's going to shift more towards Dr. Paluski. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually let you get to work right now. And I'm going to put you at your table. There's several things at your table. You got 3x5 cards, and then each of you at your deck, I'm going to take Jay's just because it's more clear. First, you've got the agenda that Dr. Paluski has put together for us. I want you to go to the second handout. In the second handout is a tool that we're going to actually dive into right now, and it's called a colors activity. And so this is something that you're going to go and work on. So you can start to read this first page, okay? And in just a second then, we're going to actually start to work on the chart. What's going to end up happening is many of you have taken inventory type things, personality things, and this can be used in a business setting, it can be used in a board setting, it can be used in a church setting, it can be used with your spouse or your loved one tonight or your family members. And I've got enough things later that if you needed a clean copy, that we could have Ron to help print that off for us so that you can take them with you to maybe use some other place. But what's going to happen is if you turn to page 2, I'm going to dive right into this, is that this is the worksheet. Okay, so you're going to fill this out right now. Now, on the worksheet, it's really important that you follow instructions. So when you look at row 1 and you see that set of words, A, the set of words under B, C, and D, what you have to do is that you have to look at those set of words and rank each one across. So if A is one that I say, wow, that really looks like me, I'm going to give it a 4. If I look over to C and I say warm, helpful, friends, authentic, that one's not, that's my least, then I would put 1. So across the way, you're going to go 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, whatever item. And I want Jay, I'd like you to do this too, just so that the board gets to fill it. I'm having Brian do this as well, just so we can all kind of get to know and understand each other better. So you're going to go across each row, and you have to rank row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5. The trick is when you get to the bottom. So when you get to the bottom, what you have to do when you add up the score for what's going to be called orange, you add up A, then you go look at item H and see what number that was. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. A, H, then you go to K, see what number that was, and then you create a score that you're going to have just for orange. So you have to kind of almost go scattered a little bit at the very end of this. But we're going to go ahead and take time right now, and you don't have to just psychoanalyze everything, but you look through those set of boxes and then rank yourself, okay? And then we'll go in and break and do some work off this.
scoring?
So now you go A, you put 1, and then H, you would add another one, so you get 2.
Okay.
And then K, you got, so you have 3. N, where's N? Right there. N, 1, so you got 4. S, 1,
Consistent,
5,
right?
so you put 5
Very
there.
consistent.
Yep. Not an orange. Okay, looks like everybody's tabbing, tabulating, so we're getting close. If you get your scores added, you can turn to the next page because it starts to share a little bit about the colors. So you can start to see of which color you are the predominant color and which one maybe is the color that you're least tied to. And you can start to see some characteristics.
So what if you have the same score for two?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, and it looks like we're almost there with everybody. So now here's why you do something like this. First off, you're going to end up seeing how this influences your decision making. It also influences things about interactions with people, and it's beyond this room. Okay, so when I used to always be bothered like in school because I'm this guy that as you walk down the hall, man, I want to talk to everybody. Okay, I'm always going to be interacting. But then there would be teachers when I was a principal. They're like, dude, you're not even going to talk to me, okay? But it was because of where their mind was. They were in a different place, okay? And I needed to figure out how to honor that. It wasn't just that it could be that they were a jerk, okay? It could be that they were bad or whatever. But it also can mean just where they're at as human being at that given time that, hey, this just wasn't something that they were thinking about something much more deep than what I wanted to do with my simple hi. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to get up right now. And so if you are a gold, if your primary color was gold, that was where you scored the highest, can all the golds come up here? Stand up. You're going to move. Golds are coming right here. Okay. That's not surprising that the finance guy came there for sure. Okay. If you are a blue primary color, come here. And you're in between gold and blue? Okay. Come on over to blue for right now. So, Kevin, are you blue too? Okay. If you ended up being green comes back over here in this corner.
You're talking about the highest score?
Highest score.
Okay.
Green over here. And then orange is over here. Orange is over. Gold, blue, green, and orange. Green's over here. And orange over here. Okay. So now what I want to do is talk a little bit about some of these things. So orange is over here. Okay. Now orange, just because this is how it came up first on my sheet, orange is the kind of people that, well, first, actually, before you do that, look at your third page that shows all your colors and just say something that makes you say, oh, yeah, I see why I'm green. Talk to each other just a little bit. Here's blue. You can go whichever one you want. I'm in the middle. Go, keep over here. That way you'll be balanced. 1, 3, and 3. Okay. Just what made you think gold? Like, how does it represent who you are? Okay, now, you guys have had a chance to talk a little bit. So I'm going back over here to orange. And maybe the reason it started off with orange is, this is me too. Okay, I'm with these guys. Orange is always my color. I sometimes have been over time, and your colors can change a little bit, depending sometimes on your role, and sometimes in the setting, and sometimes it evolves where it changes. Because I've had orange and gold sometimes orange and blue. I hardly ever am green. Okay, that's not me. But with orange, this group of people can get bored with the routine. They just like, oh God, we're gonna do that again. Okay, they get sick of. They don't like to have their job totally structured. They like to have a little flexibility. They want independence as a leader. They don't want to be, be micromanaged. This group right here, this man, he can get frustrated when things aren't getting done. Like, why is this taking so long? Okay, how long must we continue to work on this? Okay, now I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's typical of what an orange is. Like, now, okay, people now, what are we waiting for? We're going to do a study on this? We got to take 3 months to make this happen? Let's get this thing accomplished. They're really good at solving practical problems. They are into variety and spontaneity. As a child, more than likely, these guys were always on the move. Their communication style, sometimes spontaneous, fast-paced. They can change subjects quickly, which sometimes frustrates some of you. Okay, they can change, and they're going to be very straightforward, okay, with you in terms of how they talk. I actually think that's what I know about this gentleman so far. Okay, he can be very straightforward. He certainly was with me on my first board report. Okay, let's go over to green. Okay, so greens. I'm sliding over to you all now. I told you that green is. This is a group of people that often gets misunderstood most out of all the groups because they're more introspective. And they're constantly thinking, they're deep thinkers. They are independent thinkers. They're drawn to challenges. They're not afraid of that, but they need time to think about it. They like to, once they feel like they've got a good grasp of where it's at, then move on to the next problem. Okay, so they're going to think deeply. Once they feel like there's a solution, they're not going to just keep wanting to stay with it. They're going to let it go. These folks question the status quo. Well, that sounded like that was a quick resemblance right there. Whoa! You guys are going to say, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Check. They question the status quo. Their motivation is really about knowledge. They like to have the knowledge. They want to be competent, and once they, again, they're going to move on once something happens. Now, for green, tips to talking to green, you need to allow them time to ponder and think. They're not going to just be able to, if you go change an agenda item, something happens where you change and comes in and there's a major thing and it just came in that night, that's really going to be a struggle for these two. Okay? They need to have time to think about things. They don't like small talk. Okay, so they probably were a little uncomfortable with this activity, but gad. But they don't like small talk. They don't like redundancy. They do like big picture, and then make sure don't misinterpret their need for information as an interrogation. They're simply, sometimes that comes across that like, oh, they're being so nosy. Why won't they let this go? They need to have that depth of information, if that makes sense. Okay. The biggest stressor for these folks is little idle chit-chat and then having to rush to produce any type of decision. So now we're going to go over to gold. Okay, the gold, typically within school boards and within a cabinet, a lot of times this is where you find the bulk of your group. Whenever you do breakouts, this is where you find the bulk of the group because gold are people that are very data-oriented. They're the ones that provide stability in the organization. You have a superintendent that's been with you for 6 years. That's really stable in terms of what superintendent life is. Have the ability, they like details. They want details. That's the backbone of where they're at. They've got to have that. And these people think, I'm going to work, then I'll go play. Okay? Work, play. And so that's important. They're going to really be tied to making sure everything is accomplished before they take off. Oftentimes, golds are the keepers of traditions. Okay? They're the keeper of traditions. Golds like to look to the past to help also determine the future. Again, really good trait for a chief financial officer. They enjoy traditions. Golds are the record keepers and the inspectors. They do value membership in groups. Their communication style, very purposeful. Okay, they have very specific purpose. They like to plan ahead. I got that from these two as I worked with them. Okay, some of you don't know that as we worked on this day, man, there was a lot of planning that went into this, much more so than many other school boards, okay, that I've worked with in terms of the detail that they put forth. They try to be very respectful. They like policies and rules, okay? They like to have that structure. And we've already talked about detail-oriented. They're very loyal and dedicated. Tips for talking to gold. Be prepared when you talk to these people, okay? Now, this is really important for Brian and Greg to take back to all these characteristics towards his cabinet. Because when you talk about presenting to a board and understand what your needs are, I mean, each one of you represent action. We got to have action. We got to have detail. We need to have enough information to put it. We better be thinking about kids, by God, and about staff and taking care of people, okay? So each one of these decision-making processes in terms of your style, but these guys, they want to have details. They want consistency. That bugs them to no end when things waver back and forth or there's not consistency. They don't like to be interrupted, okay? And they want to stay on target. I think she said that to me like 4 times during this thing, that we're going to stay on target. We need to make sure that we have everything in place. Stressors for these folks. Whew. If you start making changes at the last minute, so similar to Green, you got 2 groups here, you make changes at the last second, very problematic, okay? So Greg, you got 4 out of 7 that don't like things coming at them late and last second. Bugs them, okay? And they don't like it when others don't follow the rules, okay? So now we get to go over to the blues, the last group, okay? So we're going over here to the blues. We've shifted over with Dr. Redis, okay? And so with blues, first off, this is a group that's very adept at motivating others. And a part of why they're adept at that is that they care really, all of you care, but this is their primary motivation is people, okay? They think about, what's this going to do to those babies? What's it going to do to our high school kids that are graduating? What does this do to our staff member? What does this do, not to bring up a sore subject with y'all, custodians? Okay, see, I know about y'all, okay? So what does it do, okay? And it gets you into a place where they think about those people and how that's going to impact them. Blues are always motivated by authenticity, okay? Some of these kind of quotes and stuff are generic, and I know you say, well, I think that too, but this is their primary area. They focus on people and relationship. Blues are oftentimes the peacemakers, the people that are reaching across the aisle trying to say, what do we do? How can we bring this together? What's another way to look at this? Conflict with them is a little bit stressful, okay? They don't particularly care for that. And they often find careers working in areas to support people and help people, which I know certainly fits all 3 of them. Tips for talking to a blue. this blues get bothered when people just ignore them. Okay, they want to have people say hi and understand and talk to them. They like to be appreciated. They want to be included. And your big puppies. That's a good way to describe it, Kevin. And they are going to always try to foster harmony. So, out of this little discussion, is there something that somebody wants to just point out that said, oh, I see something here that really fits all of us, or here's something that fits me that you'd like to share just off of this activity? Something that just struck you as a part of what you may have learned about yourself, or even as you start to think about others. Is there anything that just pops in your head to say, oh, here's something I'm seeing already within our group, or here's something that really is important to me as I think about who I am?
Well, I guess I'll start.
Got an orange.
In my work career, when someone brings up something, I always want to, okay, how are we going to fix it? I don't want a whole philosophical situation. Okay, what's the problem?
What's the solution?
What's the solution? What's our next step? And what I'm finding is education doesn't necessarily lend itself to that so quickly. So that's a struggle for me.
Excellent. Somebody else?
Well, it's interesting how diverse this group is. Because,
Just balanced out,
yeah, I mean,
not everybody's
you've got,
one color.
yeah, you've got at least one in every category, and except for, me and Mr. Taylor, I mean, you got multiple people in every category.
Yeah.
Multiple board members.
And that actually doesn't always happen. Usually green is sometimes the least in terms of numbers. And gold is usually the highest number. This can kind of vary. The Fort Smith board was really weird in that their group with their senior cabinet, they only had one or two of these people. But I told them, I said, that's a weakness. You need all these colors for different things. And if you don't have it, then what he just described of, let's get this moving. Let's go. I mean, we need to make it a difference. What else? Right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, in order to work as a team, you really have to understand what everybody's color is, because they look at things differently. And I mean, I know for myself, when I saw valued organization, right? Like, this is a great job, because there's a lot of stuff that has to be organized. It's got to be strategic. It's got to be well thought out. It's got to be strategically driven. And I think this is valuable for me as a superintendent to understand everybody's individual perspective at this, because just looking at and I wrote where everybody is, I was like, oh, that makes sense to me now why they asked that, or that makes sense to me why that. It's very helpful.
Anybody else?
Hey, I'm glad I took it because I'm certified with DISC is on behaviors, but this is on personalities. And one of the key things, understanding self helps us better communicate with each other when you understand first who you are. And then as leading, as Dr. P said, okay, well, Victoria gonna need to know this. So all presentations will entail enough that everybody can understand and at least be respectful of how it's presented and not feel like they've been left out. But understand itself first.
Sometimes school people really forget. Well, first off, your point about understanding yourself is so critical. The other thing that sometimes school district people, and I'm saying the administration, we forget about this blue group because we think, well, everybody has care about students and staff, but this is a whole different level, okay, over here, of how that plays out within their decision making. Yeah, get on the bus, baby. Okay.
What I noticed too is that yes, blue is the top, but orange and gold are not too terribly far behind, and basically the same thing. So I feel like okay, this is a category, and I'm strongly relating to that, but also I see depending upon the situation can say, nah, that's not. Feels like I could turn into an orange or a gold as well.
And that's a powerful statement because your second color, or maybe even the third color, if they're so close, it really they're drivers for you. So, you know, your second color was what?
My second color is orange,
Orange.
and then gold, but they're right behind.
They're right there, and Crystal
Mine is orange.
and orange. Okay. So, you know, again, you see how there's some things here that kind of transfer over, and that's powerful.
I was tired, and I can see both sides, depending on the situation. I can see when we're making decisions, I am detailed oriented, but I can see that compassion that while I'm thinking about the details, I feel the need of the people that's is going to affect. And it also is seeing this makes me understand why when we're coming up with the agendas and all that, and I go, because I already know Henry gonna ask about this. So, okay, that's the reason why I see it now.
Okay, head back to your seats, and on your seats you're going to see 3x5 cards or 5x7 or whatever the 4x6. I don't know what the card size is, but here's a suggestion, okay, and it may not be something that you want to do, but one of the things that I tell board members, and here's your cards right here, is that you can use these cards right now just to fill some things in, and you're going to have this card. You could just put down colors on the top of it, and you could put your color order in preference. There may be something else that you want to put down to say, oh, God, I got to remember, you know, these two are green. Okay, you may not need to go to that detail, but just a little note sheet, and then you could put this as a little cheat sheet inside your board folders that you carry to be able to, or that's right, you did it already on the sheet of paper. You may just keep it on your own, the paper that I provided. But if you want to, put that down on your 5x7 card of just, hey, here's who I am, but here's some other things I need to remember off of this activity that may be helpful for me as I move forward. So I'm going to keep us moving because we've got to keep moving. And so what I want to do next, if I can get my papers turned the right way here, is that I want to find my clicker, which is here, and I'm going to take us to the next slide. And so what makes you tick? So again, you're going to get a second 5x7 card. And what I want you to do is I want you to write down, this is going to just impact the board member on the first question, but the number one, here's why I wanted to be a board member. What's the phrase, the word? It doesn't have to be a long thing, but here's why I wanted to be a board member. That is a driver for you, okay? That's who you are. Why did I want to be a board member, whether you were elected this past spring or whether you came in 10 years ago? Here's why I wanted to be a board member. And for Greg and Brian, you might put it down as, here's why I wanted to be a superintendent, or here's why I aspired to be a CFO. Okay, second question is, I want to start to explore your internal core value. What's something that is a core value for you personally? Like, this is who I am. This is important. Maybe it's a word, integrity. Maybe it's about being open. Maybe it's about it's communication. What's a core value that you personally have that you think, boy, this is probably a word that I always come back to that really represents who I am? A core value. Should be one word, shouldn't be a long thing. If nothing else, it should be 2 or 3. It's just short, simple. Next, go to number 3. Third thing that you're going to write down is, what's a core value that you think you all need as a school board to achieve 5-year goals, okay, things that are out there that you want to go towards? What's a core value you think this group's going to have in order to get where you need to be 5 years from now? Okay, so now we're going to take just a second, And this has to be kind of a quick go-around. So this isn't like a sermon or someone preaching right now to say, here's why I wanted to be a school board member, but I just want this quick hitter. Like this is like, less than a minute of why I chose to be a school board member. Can I start here this time?
Sure.
Why did you choose to be a board member?
I wanted to help improve the quality of public education.
Improve quality public education.
Oh my gosh. Mine was the same, improve.
Improve.
I just wanted to make a difference.
Sorry, I decided I should write this down. Improve. Difference. Okay. Brian?
My role, I had written down affect positive change in educating students.
I don't write as neat as Greg does. I don't know if you notice that. Positive change, Greg?
For me, as I thought about this, I thought about all the way back to being a classroom teacher and the power that you have to influence a child to learn. And so the further I've gone in my career to get here is to ensure that every child can learn, but making sure that every child is successful by the time that they graduate.
Okay, influence learning. Jay, did you have one on this one?
Yeah, I had professionalism and competence.
I'm going to just use professionalism if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, and Kevin? Oh,
We'll just straight up here. Honestly, I wasn't sure that I did. I didn't know if the timing for me was correct with things that were going on in life and circumstances that I'd gone through. But after being persuaded by the former school board member that held my position, I like it. I enjoy doing positive things for the city of North Little Rock and for the community. I dearly love the city and love the kids, and so being a part of that and helping is very
are you okay
important.
if I put enhanced community?
That's fine.
Is that that sounds like what I'm hearing. Okay, Crystal?
Mine, I just said, rooted in a simple but unwavering belief, every child deserves the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive. And I realize that boardroom decisions echoes in classroom success.
Okay, I'm simplifying it obviously for my purpose here a little bit, but all kids. Yes, Victoria?
To restore trust in our schools.
Okay. And then finally, Ms. Taylor.
Mine was make a difference.
So we already had that up there. Okay, so this is good. Now, this is working out pretty cool, I think. We're going to see. Now we're going to go into the core values that you say, here's what we're going to have as a core value. And you kind of want to blend these, the core value you have personally with the core value that you're thinking that the organization. And so you may end up kind of blending some things. But we'll start on this side this time. What's a core value you personally have or a core value you think this board needs to have?
Was that the question number two?
Yeah, 2.
Respect, I thought.
Okay. And did you have anything different for what you thought the board might need to do in terms of a
Yes.
core value? What was that?
Meet all students where they are and strive to improve.
Okay. Victoria?
We're sharing 2 and 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for me, number 2, my personal value is relationships and partnerships. Is an internal value. And then for our success, I wrote community coordination.
Those 2 really go well together. So yes. Okay. Got it. Okay. And going over to
Number 2, I had understanding each other and effective communication. And the third one was transparency and accountability.
Okay, and Mr. Newsom?
For me, it was focusing on kids and community.
Okay,
Trust.
trust. Did we have trust up already?
Well, it says
No.
restore trust, but.
That's over here as a different
That's
thing,
kind
though,
of
so
out,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, Greg? I had honesty and trust as well. Okay, Brian?
I had kid focused.
And we got that already, so that's good. What else? Anything else?
Community support for number 3.
And we've got community here, okay?
I have remained optimistic, and I guess it would be the same as effective communication. I wrote learning to agree to disagree.
Yeah, I probably would put that under,
Effective
if it's all right, under
communication.
communication. I think that would fit into that. Valerie?
Like a true gold, I said trust and honesty.
Trust and honesty, okay, we got those.
I have to explain mine a little bit. I said wholeness because I think of what we do is we're multifaceted. You know, when we're whole spiritually, intellectually, physically.
That's cool.
And so, and then the other thing I said for the board to be open-minded towards those goals because there's just a lot of things that I think that as a school we're doing that is harmful. But anyway, that's just my two. Like screens all day.
Okay, so now, this is going to be, we're going someplace with this. And so, you know, these things here, remember what they were, okay? This was your motivation to say, here's why I got in. And this is you, okay? Now, it is you. And you may want to keep this card again inside of you because you're saying, when you get down to it, when you look at, you know, the respect, is I think you had started off, Ms. Taylor, was it one of your first one as a core value. Okay, if respect is a big thing, that's always going to be him. I mean, it's going to drive him. It's going to end up creating the relationships he has with you as fellow board members and with his role as a board member. If you jump down into trust or you jump down into being optimistic or wholeness, I like that. That's a unique one that I had never heard. These things are your drivers, and if you think about it, it wouldn't take much work. We're not going to have enough time to do this here, but you could do this on your own. And I'm going to show you what you currently have. And I'm going to tell you you need to change it because this is a whole lot better, what you just came up with. These are your core values. These can be condensed pretty quickly into 4 or 5 core values that then say, this is what you as a board do. You as a board determine the core values of the district. This is how decision making is going to take place. This is what we're rooted in. This is who we are. Okay? So you could take this list, and if it got down to saying, Mike, we got to do this today, we could come back to it maybe. Okay? But I know we're short on time, and I'm already going too long. So, you know, this can be massaged pretty quickly into, but you also need to hear and see where you're currently at. Now, you think about a core value. Of course, I got to have a video because well, actually, this is you. If it pulls up, there it is. Okay, here's your core values. This is what you all have. Does Dr. Rez, I don't know if you're the longest serving board member or Cindy, do you know when these got created?
We did that 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have more than those just 4. I think they were done in 2022 and 23. Okay, so maybe a little bit of a problem in that my research, that's what I found. Okay, so your community, when they go out and you say, what's the core values of North Little Rock? That's what comes up. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with those, but if you look at it here.
Can I jump in for just a second and
Yes.
say part of those were to address things like this? There was a lack of trust because there was no accountability, and so some of those goals.
And you do have
were
accountability here.
I know, but I'm just saying some of what we were doing at that time was just trying to address those things that we're talking about still today.
Yeah.
If you
That's
just
what I
go
was
to
just about to
where
do.
The board dies.
Ms. Barker, grab that, there you go, grab that.
There we go.
And so as board members, the cool thing is this isn't always seen, and probably Jay would agree, that this front and center for board members at the dais, that's cool. That's a really good thing. And so I'm still not seeing, I see moral purpose, core values, here it is. And you have quite a few, quite a list here. Integrity, honest, look at, as I read these, then look at what you all have. Integrity, honest, fairness, accountability, promise to students, diversity and inclusion, continuous learning, teamwork, service and hospitality, innovation. So what I would suggest is maybe to revisit this a little bit, because you got new board members. They didn't own this, didn't buy it. They need to have ownership. And I really think that if you can get to 4 or 5 core values, it's easier then for everybody else to adopt and say. So that's my suggestion for you. But this is cool to have this up on the dais. That's a positive. And that's one of the things I wanted to make sure we did throughout the whole session, was make sure we celebrate. So here's your vision, our community, our school, where our future begins. Okay? That's what you all created. I like that because everybody should be able to remember it. Okay? Should be something that sticks with people. Your mission statement, I'm not a fan of. But that's just me, okay? It's you. This is you. The board determines the mission statement. The board determines the core values. The mission statement, to me, is too wordy. Okay? I just think it's too much, and I think that, again, I want people to say, this is what we do every day. And how can that be simplified in terms of thinking about it, in terms of, why we're doing this, and here's the thing. So do you see kind of where I'm going on terms of where you own this. This is not the superintendent's thing. This is you as a board. You drive the district on the vision. You drive the district on the mission. You drive the district on core values. Okay, that's all you. It's all you. So some of you may have seen, this is the video, and I'm going to need my help from Jay. This sets the tone of how, when you think about making this happen, listen to this guy.
For real, you're scaring the white people. You can't do that, Daryl. I'm sorry, bro. You're scaring me too, though. Wow. What do you do for a living, Daryl?
I work at Oak Ridge Military Academy. I'm the music director there.
Musical director, Oak Ridge Musical Director. Okay.
Yeah.
You got a deep voice, man. I would not want to get you, man. Jonathan, come here. Like, oh, snap. 9 Jonathans show up. Amazing, dude. So you're a musical director?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? We didn't plan this. Just so y'all know, we didn't plan this at all. I'm just randomly talking. Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
That bro could sing. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, what you give me the version is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know the version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
see.
And, okay, so here's the work of a superintendent and a school board. You have something. You have, how many kids?
7,485,
You have how many staff?
1,382.
You have a whole community. As a board, you're gonna get to see the best and worst of people. But there is a best in people. You can elevate them. Who's love this crap, okay? They love this, okay? They're feeding off it, like, and the oranges kind of get excited, because like, oh man, okay? It draws you to tears almost, okay? I get teary-eyed every time, because it's that expectation and the belief to say, go ahead, do this. This is you. You do what you need to do, okay? And elevate. It's pretty powerful. So, you look at this young girl, found this slide, I don't know, a long time ago, it was in the Denver Post. And I keep it because it reminds me of my grandbaby. I have an African-American grandbaby daughter that's in South Carolina. And I think about, first off, my own bias to say, wow, when I first saw it, I never saw a black girl on a horse ride like that. That's my own bias, right? And then I'm looking at it, okay, think about this, and what does that mean for that little girl? Did she have somebody that cared about her? Somebody that believed in her? Oh, absolutely. But you can't just care and believe and ride a horse like that, right? There's got to be a whole different level of skill set that's in behind it. There's got to be a whole different thing of structured work to create the skill set to be able to go like that, because it should have one fear in her mind, not one fear. Don't we want every one of our kids to have that experience? We want them to improve. We want to have influence learning. We want all kids to have this. Okay? This is what you all are too. We want this for our youngest people. The book we're going to use today is called The Governance Core. I'm going to refer to it multiple times. It's a book written by a guy by the name of Michael Fullen. Some of you that have been on the board before may have already used the book. I found the book just out of sheer luck. Found it inside of a deal with the, where was I at? With reading a magazine, education magazine. And when I saw Michael Fullen's like one of those guys, if you're an educator, you go, oh, I'm going to his session. Okay, I'm going to make that general session. He's just that good. The other guy, Davis Campbell, he's you guys. He's a school board member that eventually became the head of California School Board Association. They wrote this book. It's the best common sense book out there for school board training. Here's school life. Okay, school life right now. Back in the day is the left side. This is symbolic. The left-hand side, the right-hand side is more of the new age, new day. So when you think about the left side, on the left side, thank you, Jay, just reminded me I wasn't speaking. So on the left side is the old school. I was the kid, when I was growing up, I was up near the front of the line. I wasn't really that smart, but boy, did I know how to play the game. Okay, I knew who to be nice to. I knew when to be nice. I knew when not to screw up. I knew how to talk. Okay, and so I was up to the front of the line, and all sorts of cool things happened for me. My brother, who's just a year and a half younger, was somewhere in the back of the line. Look at the back of the line. There's kids distracted. They don't know why they're there. They're like cows following each other, behind the tail. If you're a follower and you're way behind and you're not in the front, in the old setting, you didn't get to have the experiences. You didn't get to learn. My brother got kicked out of high school. My brother got arrested at one point. My brother had drug issues, all sorts of stuff. He now, if you go to the Cheesecake Factory in downtown Denver and say, hey, I know some guy named Poor, does he work here? They're going to go get you a free appetizer. Doug, you say Doug Poor, and then they're going to go find Doug. He's the manager of the Cheesecake Factory. So he's turned his life around. But back in the day, he was disengaged. He didn't have a good experience. Now, you look over here. This is symbolic again. The right-hand side, it's our school setting now what it should be. It's a little out of control. It's a little chaotic. There's kids on the roof. You're like, oh, crap. What are we going to do about that? But, allowing and making sure, but all these kids, if you see it, they're so much more engaged. I know it's just symbolism, but to me, it kind of creates this thing of what you all are saying, you're after. See, I almost knew what you were going to tell me, what was going to be your roots, what's going to be your foundations, how you want to make sure this is going to be done. So here's the challenges. And I'm going to go a little quicker on this than I normally would, but it's not easy to be a board member. And some of you that are just coming on already are probably finding that out. But you're elected. You're elected. So you're a politician. You ran. Maybe you had the yard signs out and whatever else, yet you're told as soon as you get elected that, hey, you don't represent your zone, you represent the district. Oh, yeah, sure. But then that doesn't mean all the people that come knock on your door, call you, and all those other things. But that is the reality. You should never forget the fact that you guys are a key person in this community. You're very important. You're impacting one of the largest school systems in this region. You're impacting a lot of employees and then all the future workforce. Understand this is a very complex business, especially for new board members. There are people that have been bankers that come into a school board, and Jay can tell you this too. They come into a school board and they can't figure out school finance till maybe year 2 or 3. It's not easy. Okay, it just isn't. The whole thing right now between what it looks like locally, nationally, and federally on how things are going. It's ever changing on the federal level. We're about ready as a state to submit for a waiver to the Department of Education to come up with a whole new way to do special ed. Blues, does that not freak you out a little bit? If you're a blue, you're like, oh my goodness, what's that mean for the kids? Okay? Golds are thinking, well, what's that going to mean financially? We've already worried we may lose some federal funding. There's also a threat of early childhood funding that's going to go out. Okay? That's a federal issue. State, you've got vouchers that have been put in place. Okay? You've got things that have then taken away your enrollment. There is the 3rd grade. I'm just giving 2 off of each category. 3rd grade in the state that says if you don't graduate your kids, or get them up to literacy levels in 3rd grade. Now, hey, celebration. I always want to have celebrations. Let's just cover this real quick, and let's just see if you all know the stat. Got it here somewhere. Celebration. Does anybody remember how many kids were at grade level when they started 3rd grade this year? How many kids were at grade level in North Little Rock that started this year? Or that weren't?
There were 275 or 272 that were not.
Which basically meant 50%. 49, 50%. Okay, and then when you finish the year, how many weren't at grade level?
92.
Actually, that's the last day, yeah, it's 75.
So that's at 7.5%. So 49% of the kids weren't at grade level to start this school year, at risk, weren't going to be able to move forward, and the staff brought them all the way down to 7.5. Now, that's celebratory, right?
Very.
But then guess what? What's the next question for a board member?
What happens next?
What's next? What was yours?
Why did they get to 3rd grade and not prepared for 3rd grade?
Yeah, what happened before? What was in our group coming up? What's another good board question?
What we doing with the remainder?
What are we going to do with those next 7.5? That still bugs me. We got still some babies that aren't reading. Okay, what are we going to do about that? What's the plan?
Also, in the paper this morning, it said there were 202 that were at level 1, that majority of them had been given exemptions.
That's true.
And so I think there's also just the confusion,
question.
yes,
Deeper
around,
question.
like, are our children succeeding?
Hey, what color is she? Green. There's green, okay? That's a green question right there for you. Okay? Excellent. Okay, if we go to the local level, okay, the local level, you can look at things where the work you do for us had us help you with middle schools, of saying we're not happy with where the middle schools are, and that work was done. You used a vendor. I'm a vendor. I'm a contractor. Okay, what were the results? What's the next step? Okay. That's a part of board member, okay? You want to have that follow-up. Guess whose job it is to deliver all that? Your superintendent, okay? And that's why today is so important, because we're going to get to end up going into strategic plan of how and what it is that you want him to focus on.
And then, of course, you got all these leadership styles and personalities that you have to deal with on a regular basis. So governance, and we're going to get to Jay here pretty quick, is that, your job is to steer. Management's job is to row. Now, steering means, can you all get on a jet ski? No, it's impossible for you all to get on a jet ski. But guess what? A jet ski is a lot of fun. And a jet ski says, oh yeah, I'm in control. But that's not who you are. You're not in control as an individual. You're in control as a collective body. You, as a group of 7, are guiding this district. You are, again, making sure we're going to hold true to our core values. We are going to drive towards the mission, and we are going to have a strategic plan that's going to be executed, that's going to answer some of these questions about, hey, where are we with our kids? What is our plan? How are we going to execute that? Okay? And that's going to be a big part of the conversation this afternoon with Greg. I think I had a couple notes on this that I was going to refer back to the book. Apologize.
Do we have space to ask you
Yes,
questions?
please do.
Okay. I'm just curious because in looking up your experience in Little Rock schools and the last slide talking about different levels of governance control, if in your experience before the state took over Little Rock, like if you have any wisdom you would share with us as a district, lessons learned from that experience as we're forming our board, how to maintain local control.
Well, I have two different ways to answer that. First off, I was in Bentonville when Little Rock got taken over.
Mm-hmm.
So that really wasn't me. I came in after the fact when there was no board member, board. So my boss was the governor and the commissioner, in Little Rock. But then I was a part of establishing the new board. And the new board, to get it, when we got local control back, we were doing the same type of work, the same type of discussions. And it's foundational, and it's just one step. You got to do more than this today, to continue to grow as a board and continue to be able to get together. The avoidance part that you're talking about is it's so easy to get distracted because there are going to be so many issues, and this is going to come up in a minute with scenarios of things that people come to you with, and they're going to say, well, I heard this, and I need your help on that. And, you all have to kind of be, I guess I would say, disciplined to be able to say, this is our main focus. These are the things that are going to be our decision-making drivers. These are the key things we're going to drive towards. These are the things that are our goals for the entire district. And then you've got to rely on your superintendent to handle some of these minutia things of getting those people to him to be able to handle it. Because if not, you can easily get distracted in the work. So you've got to stay really intentional about the core of the work. I hope that, does that kind of answer?
Yeah, that does.
Okay. Okay, can't remember, I left the clicker again. I'm getting close to you, Jay. So coherence, this is the first time that we will use the book. And if you go to page 9, and then we have some stickies at your table, so that if you go to page 9, you can put a sticky in there just to say, oh yeah, here's where he was talking about coherence. But my fingers just right. So coherence, it's not really alignment. Alignment occurs when the main pieces are aligned, if you look down the middle of the page, such as goals, finances, professional development, assessment, so on. By contrast, coherence is more the subjective side of alignment. In a nutshell, alignment is rational, while coherence is emotional. To reach a shared depth of understanding, okay? It really fits in with the question you just asked. Coherence means that you all have a shared understanding of what the work needs to be. You all have an agreement to say these are the things that we're going to do. The alignment comes with Greg making sure that there's systems in place, that there's work being done. If you turn to page number 87. There's another quote on somebody that I always like to read, which is Jim Collins. And he begins the chapter saying, enduring great organizations are characterized by a fundamental duality. On the one hand, they have a timeless set of core values and a core reason for being that remains constant over a long period of time. On the other hand, they have a relentless drive for change and progress. So again, if you look at what you guys have on there, you're all driving towards these things already. This is positive. You're already living this book a little bit, okay? So that's a positive thing for you all. I want to go to this. This is where we're at with the key things that you all need to be thinking about. So systems. Again, using the book. Page 33. You go to 33. Put a sticky in there so that you can come back to it later. Systems thinking. Governance is a systems job. High-performing trustees with a governance mindset are first and foremost system thinkers. When you think about third grade literacy, there's not one single thing. There's a whole system that has to be put in place in order to educate a child. The systems, I can't remember which one of you said this, Cindy or Victoria or Crystal, but it was one of the three of you said, wait a minute, what happened to pre-K? Okay? Yes, that's systems thinking. Third grade score is reflective of system thinking. Graduation rate, something to celebrate. Graduation rate. You all have gone up. 2022, you were at 77%. Now, you're at 83%. But, if you're blue, you're going to be driven a little crazy because you have subgroups that aren't anywhere near 82.3%. Spanish-speaking students, I think, is one of the lowest categories on graduation rate. Okay. So systems thinking, and all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to whet your appetite to keep reading this book to make sure that you're able to get the most out of it. Strategic focus, go to page 38. Governance is a strategic job. Highly effective board members have a strategic focus. It's perhaps the most important aspect of a government mindset. This fits into the question that you brought up, Victoria. You've got to have a strategic focus. You've got to be geared in on what's going to be very most important to get the outcomes that you want for students and to build the respect and trust that can develop within your community. Deep learning, page 41. You can put a sticky in page 41. Deep learning is your responsibility as a board member. It's your responsibility when he puts a packet out that you guys read the packet. Now, guess what? We as superintendents all know you all don't do it. And some of you as board members know from, if you've been on boards before, that you realize some of your fellow board members didn't read the packet. My strategy as a superintendent was that I did know who read the packet, and I called that person first. I also called the person that was always super positive because I wanted to feel good. So I called that person because if he had an issue, then I knew, and some of you may know this gentleman, Mike Mason. Okay? That's the first person I called because he was super positive, and he also read the stuff. He also is on the RTD, or the little metro board for busing and stuff, so he has good governance thing. So he knows when something's screwed up. I like talking to him. So I did. But I also talked to the person who was there. I didn't call the person that was the deep question person until about third or fourth down the line. Remember, I had 9, which was a real pain in the butt. Okay? I could call that person that had a lot of questions till I got to about 4 or 5, because a lot of times before I could ever get to that 4 or 5, I had enough stuff that said, oh, I need to really be prepared for the person that has all sorts of questions. Okay? The person that read the packet the least, usually those are the people that I had to call twice. Okay? Because I might have to plant the seed with them and say, hey, I know that, I say, have you got to read it yet? No, I haven't got to yet. Can I point out 2 or 3 things that I'm worried about in this board packet tonight that I want you to be able to just really read it. And can I call you back in 2 days just to see if there's any questions you have? But feel free to call me beforehand if you want to. Okay? Do you see how that can help foster the relationship? And some of that, I don't know. I don't know exactly how Greg does that, but I'm just saying that's a way to do it. Deep learning. The other way deep learning occurs is you do things like this. You make a commitment as a board that we're going to continue to do it. By the way, every minute you are spending in here, because the School Board Association has entrusted me with this, you are getting school board training hours to meet your requirement for board training. So you're well on your way to be covered on your school board hours. Okay? The next, last thing on systems thinking is your governance, right? I haven't covered that? Or no, public manner, I'm sorry. Page 46. On page 46, public manner. This is, and Jay's seen it because Jay has sometimes been at a Little Rock board meeting with me, doing employee hearings, and how you react as a board in a board saying, you are public. Everybody's watching, or they can watch you after the fact. And they see when you roll your eyes, or you react, or that you're extremely combative or negative. All those things create a stamp that then becomes, this is who North Little Rock is. And I'm not saying that you have to not ask difficult questions. That's your job. That's your role. You do need to ask questions. But it's also, you have to come across with a level of respect towards any of your fellow board members. You have to have a respect towards the audience members that are going to address you. And sometimes when an audience member addresses you in the public comment, those could be challenging. Okay, I don't know if the new board members have experienced that yet, but sometimes they can be challenging to you, like, oh. And sometimes you want to say, God, you're right, and want to cheer him on and clap. But if you don't clap for him, if you clap for him, what about the other person you didn't clap for? Okay, so you all have to have a consistency of your approach in terms of how you handle your role and responsibility. And I think, Jay, this is the place where I get to turn it over to you. So guidelines for serving, we can kind of keep coming back on this, but these are all things that are in your slide deck that I'll make sure Greg gives to you. And, oops, I forgot about reality of superintendents. We've got to cover this first before I turn it to Jay. Reality of superintendents, hey, every superintendent has a different leadership style or approach. Greg Paluski and Mike Poor, two totally different people. Okay, we're not the same. Your previous superintendent, Bobby, yes, he's different. And then you had Kelly, before that. Every one of these individuals comes with something different. Each of them have strengths. Each of them have different backgrounds. But one of the things about the realities of the job of being a superintendent is it's such a demanding job. It's such a demanding job. And the other thing, and this is not to try to, say anything about Greg one way or the other, but I'm just telling you, you go out on a superintendent search, okay? You think that's going to be easy? We've done superintendent searches, okay? We did the superintendent search for Jonesboro. We did the superintendent search for Osceola. We did it for Russellville. We don't like doing superintendent searches, but somebody asked us, so we did it. But it's hard to get. You think there's abundant amount of talent out there? There isn't. But what matters is he is your employee. Now, here's your thing with your employee, how I would suggest it. Greg and I didn't rehearse this, so he may not like it. Okay? Think about cooking. Box of mac and cheese. How can you possibly screw that up? It says water, how much? It says cook this long, add butter, open up the packet, stir. That's pretty doggone simple. Okay? You should expect your superintendent, your staff, to execute the most simple things. The more complex things, that's where you all have to get involved. That's where this is the stuff that's your work. Okay? The more complex the issue, the longer it takes to make a decision, the more people that need to be included. It's like cooking at Thanksgiving. Cooking at Thanksgiving, my family all shows up. I'm the master at that kitchen. And I hate it that I have to share it with everybody because I want to control everything. I want to control every aspect of it. I don't want anybody to bring their dishes and all that other stuff. Like, oh, God, but I got to let them do it. Greg has got to let you all do things. He's got to let his own staff do things. Because this is the most important work you're going to do. It's complex. It takes all hands. And it's not easy. You got 2 ovens to cook at Thanksgiving. Maybe only 1. Think of all the different dishes that have to be cooked at different temperatures for different lengths of time, yet everybody wants hot food. Okay? Your community wants hot food. They want good food. Okay? And so you see kind of the mix here. That's what superintendents do, is cook an extravagant type meal that's complex. Okay? That's what superintendents have to do. Okay. Flipping it to you, Jay.
Here we go.
Here we go.
You guys want that break for 2 minutes, or you want to keep going with the flavor?
Does anybody need a break, or can we keep rolling?
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep it rolling.
Keep going. Okay, great. All right. So first, very honored to be here. Second, man, that's a hard act to follow right there. I'll tell you what. Dr. Poore and I don't know each other that well because, unfortunately, the 2 districts that he was the superintendent of in Arkansas, we did not represent them, except, as he said, we serve as the hearing officer for Little Rock when they have personnel hearings, grievances, expulsions, that kind of thing, and that's where we met. And I will second his comments about, I don't know if anybody here knows Mike Mason, but a wonderful man. I was a teammate at Arkansas with his little brother Daryl, and wonderful family. So let's dive in. When Dr. Pete called me a couple of weeks ago and said, "Hey man, can you jump in and help with this retreat? Dr. Poore is going to be leading it." I said, "Dude, that guy sets a high bar." But anyway, and then I get to follow him. I hope I was going to be the leadoff guy, but he wouldn't let me do that. All right, so let's see, where are the slides? There we go. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we're going to cover kind of a number of little different topics that Dr. Poore wanted me to cover. You guys are one of the most well-trained school boards in the state, so even with Dorothy not on the board anymore. So you're going to have heard a lot of this stuff before, but we'll just kind of jump in here a little bit on the Freedom of Information Act. So you see the definition of a public record, okay? And it's a super broad definition because Arkansas has one of the most comprehensive and broad Freedom of Information Act laws in the entire country. I mean, like when I talk to colleagues around the country, like even in California, I had a school lawyer out there say, "Hold on, until 3 years ago, the school attorney could not go into executive session. Are you kidding me? How do you do your job?" You know, so it was kind of interesting. So all records from meetings are obviously they're public. And obviously, all board member communications are public. And we're talking, since the mid-'90s emails and like the mid-2000s text messages, and then before that, when I spent most of my life as a lawyer, memos and letters and, the old snail mail. Every communication is a public record under the Freedom of Information Act unless there's an exemption. And we don't have many exemptions, okay? Student records, some personnel records, medical records, those things are exempt. School transcripts, those are exempt. But everything else in the school context is pretty much public. Now, the next slide, this is a question we get. I wish I had $1 for every time I've had this conversation with a school board member. So Betty, the board member, uses her private email address to discuss the superintendent's buyout with other school board members. Public record? What do you think? 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely is. The device does not matter. It's about the record. And so anytime I've had multiple conversations, the school board member that says, "Hey, text me on my private phone," okay? Or a superintendent, text me on not my school phone, my private phone, as if that's not going to be a record that's subject to FOIA because it's on the personal phone, not the district-issued phone, okay? Try telling that to a circuit judge when we get sued for not producing all the records. The judge will laugh at us. It doesn't matter about the device. If it talks about school business, it is a public record under FOIA, okay? So that's the rule. That's why we don't have a slide on this, but I went ahead and named it the Beckett Rule, okay? The Beckett Rule is, it's about what you put in an email or a text or a letter, okay? Or, for that matter, in a conversation that might be recorded, because I'm finding out that more and more school districts not only have, surveillance technology that's for audio, a lot of it has video that you can listen to. So the Beckett Rule is, don't put anything in a text or an email or a letter, or you say anything that might be or could be recorded. And Arkansas is a one-party state, so you don't have to be told by who you're talking to that you're being recorded. Don't say anything that your mother would disapprove of if she saw it, or you'd be embarrassed it was on the front page of the Democrat Gazette above the fold, okay? And then also, don't do any of those communications, after 11 o'clock at night or if you've had a cocktail, okay? That's the Beckett Rule. All right, so concerned citizen sends the district a FOIA request for all emails sent or received by the board regarding the superintendent's contract. So how do we respond? A, everything responsive. B, nothing because the request wasn't appropriately made. Or C, ask the requester to come to the next board meeting so you can talk about it. A, consensus? Absolutely. In discussion regarding a contract buyout or virtually anything else, it's clearly a public record.
Mr. Beckett?
Yes.
Is there a standard for time frame, like when you have to respond, by how much time?
Yeah, great question. So the law on that is that FOIA requires you provide the record immediately unless it's in storage. But most of the requesters we see, are like what I call kind of the FOIA agitators, okay? They're the people that are doing FOIA requests. They will usually give you the 3 days that you get when a record's in storage, because people that are sophisticated about it, because they submit a lot of FOIA requests, they know that, if it's a large number of records, we may not even be able to produce all of them in 3 days because all records have to be reviewed for exemptions, because it's not a good look if we produce a record that has student names or student data or personnel information that would be exempt, because it's talking about like an employee's performance or an evaluation of an employee or something like that. So, the sophisticated requesters that do it a lot, they understand that we have to review records for exemptions. All right, so now let's talk about meetings. So this is, so we've got a policy, 1.14, and then we've got the law, 613, 619, which is a broad law that covers basically all of the different duties and rights and powers that school boards have. 613, 619 is something that, if you've got a school law book or 1.1, that's a really good statute to kind of look at from time to time, because that has all of your powers and duties and a lot of information about it in it. And so the superintendent sets the agenda with the board president, but sometimes we get public requests. A member of the school community will send an email or reach out in person or make a phone call and say, hey, I'd like to talk about that. 1.14 sets out a very detailed process for the superintendent primarily, but working in conjunction with the board president to assess whether the agenda item that the member of the community wants to put on the agenda is an appropriate item for the board, okay? Because same thing like with the public comment piece, we're very skittish for legal reasons to have public comments or agenda items about personnel matters or student matters, because those are things that should generally be vetted through Board Policy 6.7, which I've got a couple of slides about that. But Board Policy 6.7 basically talks about, you know, issues that patrons have or parents have with something that we have done in the district, and it sets out kind of like a process for how to resolve the issue. And kind of like the grievance process, we want to resolve it at the lowest possible level instead of the person coming right to the board, okay, because you guys don't resolve, you know, individual issues unless you're authorized by statute to do it, like, you know, making a decision on a superintendent's recommendation to terminate, or making a decision on an employee grievance matter, or making a decision on an expulsion recommendation.
Mr. Beckett,
Yes, sir.
question here, it's hypothetical.
Yes.
Say that somebody gets their approved for the public portion
Yes.
of the board meeting.
Yes.
And they have an approved matter that has been on there, but instead of using their subject time to talk about what they said, they go elsewhere, which I'm sure is a possibility.
Yes.
How do you, or how do we as a body react to that, and has that?
That is a great question, and that becomes, the answer is, that's the board president's job.
Okay.
And Dr. Redis is very adept at dealing with those situations, because all board presidents aren't created equal. Some of them don't like to jump in and cut people off, but when you know, based on your training and experience, that a topic that a public commenter or someone presenting on an agenda item is kind of, you know, switch the balls around on us, you know, you just have to shut it down, because there are consequences for allowing people to talk about stuff that they shouldn't talk about.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So this is how the agenda gets set. Can the agenda be, you know, amended or modified? Yes. And that's basically because the board president and the superintendent set the agenda, but if a board member wants to change it, then that can happen in a meeting with a motion. You know, we use Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know if you're all familiar with those rules, but that's a thick little paperback book that's massive. But there are procedures in there that we use to, if the agenda needs, if there's a desire on the part of a board member or board members to amend or modify the agenda, it can be done through that process.
Mr. Beckett,
Yes, ma'am.
when on bullet 2, public request, what in relation is that to where they have to have the 50 signatures? Is that something different? Or, you know, if they want to put an item on the agenda?
Well, and yeah, another very good question, Ms. Parker. So, yeah, the 50-person request, those are petitions to call a special meeting of the board to address a particular matter. Okay? And last time we saw those was back in the COVID days, right? And then a long time before that, we used to see those when the unions basically ran school boards. Okay, because the unions took advantage of that statutory provision to call meetings if they wanted something done with their contract. Talking about the collective bargaining agreement. All right, so these are just, I'm going to kind of skip through these guys. These are just kind of discussion points, some situations that we really just kind of talked about. But I will say this. So, you know, if some parents went on the agenda to discuss adding after-school programs, is that okay? And obviously the answer is yes, because the things that are appropriate for matters like public comment and agenda items are policy matters, not things that involve individual employees or students, because those could involve application of policy, but we want administrators to work with the parent or the employee to, you know, kind of work those situations out, applying the board policies that you all created and approved. And so this agenda item is talking about a program. It's kind of like the question, you know, you can go into executive session to discuss a specific employee situation, but you can't go into executive session to discuss the salary schedule for that group of employees, because you have to discuss salary schedules in public, because that's policy. Make sense? All right, so as we said, all records from board meetings are public. Now, that doesn't include executive session, but we say don't take notes. And you know why that is? Well, no. Executive session notes cannot be subject, they're not subject to FOIA, but they are subject to subpoenas and discovery in court cases, okay? And, you know, not all notes are created the same. Some of them can be damaging, as I've found out, you know, in federal court and state court jury trials, because what happens in executive session in private is private unless or until you have to go to court because someone's suing you over maybe in part what happened in executive session, okay? A lot of times it can come, you know, those issues come up in lawsuits involving, you know, superintendents who sue their former district, okay? So you want to be careful about note-taking in executive session because they're going to, you know, the other side is going to ask us in a lawsuit for any records from executive session, and there's, you know, they will be subject to a protective order entered by the court, so they're not going to be public unless or until the case goes to trial. But they are discoverable, as we say, in a court proceeding. And then note the statute there. It's a criminal penalty if a board member is found to have knowingly disclosed confidential information gained through his or her position on the school board, and that applies to executive session. It's a felony. Okay, you guys have seen this before, the lawful reasons to go into executive session. And then 3 years ago, somehow the legislature got this statute through. It's also in 619, which allows, you know, the attorney to be in the executive session with the superintendent and the board. And then here's something, and this is quite different because, like, you know, city councils and quorum courts have the authority to discipline employees of the county and the city, but districts don't, because you all operate in that space completely on the recommendation of the superintendent, unless you're dealing with some kind of a matter involving the one employee who you do supervise directly, and that is your superintendent. Ethical standards, again, you guys have trained on this before, but you can't accept employment or contract with the district, use information acquired through your position on the board for personal gain, talks about, you know, behavior. And then again, it's, you know, if we knowingly violate, it's a felony. If we should have known, it's a misdemeanor.
What was the behavior when you went?
You went fast.
I'm sorry.
You went past it.
Let's see. That's the one, shall not act in a manner on school grounds or at a school-sponsored event that would have resulted in the removal of someone who's not a board member. So, like, occasionally, and we've had this happen here, where either parents or community members or former employees come on the school grounds and disrupt the operations of that school building. The superintendent's authorized by policy and Arkansas law to effectively ban that person from school property. And so one of the ethical standards for board members is not to act in a manner that would get someone else removed from school property. And it's imposed pretty rarely, because most people we warn them, we send them letters that your conduct, you know, is violative of policy. But if they persist in behaving in a way that's disruptive to the school environment, then we will ban them. But like this year, I can think of one instance where a former employee who's also a parent of a student was banned this year, and it was a deserved action by the superintendent. And, you know, I mean, also Chief, I mean, that guy's got really, really good judgment on that stuff. He was part of that process.
Once the superintendent, in that instance, banned someone,
Yes.
What is the next action if they trespass on property? Is that where the police get involved in that?
It's where our security people and our SROs and local law enforcement would get involved, and, there'd probably be charges filed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What is the process in a school board setting that if you have, if you want to hold each other accountable to these standards, like how do you go about doing that? Do you just call them? Do you, not saying that we've observed violations of these ethics, but as we work together over the years, like if you have a sense that, hey, we might be veering a little bit in one of these categories, what is the process as a board to uphold the standards? Is it like an executive session?
Well, that's a really good question because, if you just call the board member, now you can talk about, you can't talk about board business, okay? You can have conversations about anything else. If you call a board member and you talk about anything else other than board business, then that's not a board meeting.
Right.
Okay? And so if you're just talking about, your relationship with that person and how to get along, I think that would be permissible. But if you talk about specific items that have been or could come before the board, that's technically a violation of our very, very robust FOIA law.
So like what Mr. Poore was saying earlier about in this role, things can get very distracting, right? And if you sense that we're getting distracted, what's the proper format to bring up something like that?
Probably just if it's like just two board members that are having, and I'll ask Dr. Poore to speak to that because you're talking about something he said, but I think if it's two board members that, are having kind of difficulty communicating, I think you can talk to that board member about the communication issue, just not, specific pieces of board business.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
Sort of? Maybe Dr. Poore
I'll
can
give
make
you
sense of it.
a little more concrete example. We had a board member in Little Rock School District that was going into schools on her own. I was going to bring this up as a scenario. So she was going in and navigating and going in and out of the school and asking also, it wasn't to just check in on her child, and was coming through a door that wasn't like the main door, and was then talking to a variety of staff. So when that was found out, what do you do with that? So other board members found out about before I even did. So initially they brought it to me, and so I did talk to that board member as a superintendent, but I have very little authority over that board member, really. That's my boss, but I tried to talk to her and say, hey, this is why this is challenging. Can we think of another way to do this? Never did happen. So then it came back to the board, and the board said, we want to talk about this in executive session, and I believe that you can go into executive session for board member behavior and have that discussion. Is that correct?
Well, let's go back and look at the where is that slide? Yeah. So lawful reasons to go into executive session are for the employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, and resignation of personnel. Board members are not personnel.
Correct. So we broke the law?
Correct.
Hey, you just undid me right off the bat.
Sorry about that. That's what I mean by.
But so that's kind of the question, though, is if you can't do it in an executive session, what's the proper format?
Well,
Yeah, it has to
I
be
think if it's,
open.
but I think if you're talking about, I don't think you're talking about school business there. You're
Okay.
talking about how to
collaboration.
how to work together, okay? Not on a specific issue of board business. So I think you can talk about that with one or more board members. You can talk about how we can, communicate more effectively as board members, because you're not talking about specific board business there. Is that-
Well, sometimes it comes up in a board business, so it's like, this happened. Let's just say in executive session, this happened.
Sure.
So sometimes it bleeds a little bit. It's not
Well,
going
then-
to somebody who's saying, are you gonna vote this way? What are you gonna do about this? It's not like that, but
Well, and that's a really good point there, Ms. Temple, because, yeah, if you're having trouble communicating in executive session about a particular issue, yeah, then you can talk about, hey, how can we communicate more effectively so that we can get to some consensus about a particular issue, okay? And I think that would be appropriate. But just to go into executive session just for the purpose of, board members trying to iron out their personal differences, that's not a permissible purpose of board business. But if you did that, if you had those conversations in connection with being in executive session for a permissible purpose.
That's what I was about to ask. So if you are already in executive session.
Correct.
Discussing employment of personnel or what have you, and while you're there, is that an appropriate time to bring up, hey, you know, Ms. McLean, you keep wearing this blue sweater, and I'm not liking that. It's going against, you
Right.
know,
Because,
policies.
right, because
or
the discussion about better, you know, more effective communication is ancillary to the permissible topic of, that brought you into executive session in the first place.
Gotcha.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Beckett?
Yes, sir?
I thought you touched on something here, maybe you did not.
Yes.
But as a board member, we can go into the schools,
Yes.
correct? Where does is there a line, like in my zone, Amboy is my school, and it's just up the street from me. And at some point in time, I'd like to have just meet with Principal Pennington and just say, hey, how's everything going? You know, what do you guys need or whatever, and be in touch with that school. And
Right.
Is that okay, or am I
Yes.
conducting board business, or I go in and say hi, or say I set up a time and I want to read to kids or something? Is that okay, or where's the line on that?
Well, so there is actually a policy on that about board member visits to schools, and it's encouraged, but we don't want to, you know, if it happens, you know, pervasively, then it can cross a line, okay? Because then you can become aware of information, you know, outside the context of a board meeting that could come before you in your context as a board member. So that makes sense, because you really want to get your information about decisions you have to make. Most of the time, you want to get that at a board meeting, okay? Or in preparation for a board meeting when you're reviewing the packets and so forth. Because going out and gathering different information, you know, say talking to, you know, district contractors or district vendors about different things. I mean,
No, that sounds depressing. I don't know.
I heard that.
Can I
But-
give just a quick meeting that I've been on the board twice now, 2 different times of what I do. I have children, a child that works for the school district. I have my husband work for the school district. Typically, the way to stay out of that gray area is one reason why I believe Dr. P came up with a suggestion to just send him a quick text, I'm going to be in the building. I go into buildings all the time, but I always tell him, hey, I'm over here because I'm visiting my granddaughter, or I'm in the building because I need to talk to the principal right quick, or I'm dropping off something. That's because our employees cannot separate what you're there for and being a board member. And what normally happens is going to take that one person to say, board member Newsom was in the building and he looked over here and he was checking out this classroom, and that's not even what you were there for.
Right.
Yeah.
So just so that Dr. P knows, hey, he can squash it at the beginning when it comes to him. I already knew why Mr. Newsom was in the building.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Not a
there are cameras
problem.
everywhere too, so
Right.
there's also a visual of that.
Exactly. So I still go, and you can go.
Yeah.
Just let somebody know why you're there.
Okay, and
Yeah.
this crosses into my personal job too, because as a part of my personal job, I take them information about what's going on at the library. So just let you know that I'm just taking this stuff, because I'm
Correct.
working in a capacity outside the school board then.
Right.
I'm
Sure.
that Kevin, not
But
that
that
Kevin.
just covers you and covers the murmuring.
Yeah, okay, so I won't be back in schools until
Yeah.
August anyway, but.
And I'll send you I'll email you the policy.
Please do.
So you can,
Yes.
so you can see it.
And
The other thing that I'd like to add is that when I do go in a building, I always wear my badge. You always check in at the office. I don't want the employees in the building to think, if I come in there without any kind of ID on me,
Spying on 'em or
I'm there spying on them. So you have to be careful of
I
that too.
almost 101% just go in the office and deliver my information, say hi, and tell them just a terrible dad joke. And they roll their eyes, and I come back next month. So that's basically all I do.
The only thing I wanted to add is, we'll get to communication, but this is why two-way communication is so important. And just letting me know, like, hey, I'm going to the school. And everybody that does that, I think everybody would say, what's the response you get from me? Have a great
fun.
visit.
Yeah.
However, and this is why this is important, because I would say there are times if you want to go to a school that would not be a good time to go. So if you would say, hey, I'm going to go visit this school, and I would say, hey, they're testing right now. Can you wait for another time because the principal's going to be busy, all that stuff. And you might not know that, where I would know that, and I could communicate that with you.
Oh, yeah, I knew when the atlas, but I didn't disturb, I'm not disturbing kids or classrooms. I'm literally going
Yeah.
and going, hey, here's your calendar, we got this
Sure.
coming up. Maybe your kids
Sure.
can enjoy it.
But I mean,
absolutely.
you wanted to visit with the principal, and I think that's great.
At some point, I'd love to.
And
I've never been through Amboy School.
I've
I'd like to actually
scheduled,
see it.
I've been to Boone Park lots of times and, visited, with the principal, but Dr. P, I'm over at Boone Park, I'm visiting the principal. Like he says, I get a text back saying, enjoy your visit,
Yeah.
have fun, or whatever, and then I go conduct my business and I go talk to him.
Yeah.
But it's just that for somebody else to know why you're there, I promise
Safety.
you, it
Safety.
saves, because when my husband worked for the district, that was an issue. Nobody knew if I was there as a board member or I was there bringing him lunch. And what would happen is that one person is going to say, oh, she was up here and she was conducting business and doing this and that. And I heard that, she told somebody that they can't do that. I was there to deliver lunch.
Was it good lunch?
It was a good lunch.
No, I appreciate you guys answering these questions because, before
Sure.
I was ever on the board, I was buzzed in and
Can I bring up one thing that you also have as a celebratory thing is that Dr. Paluski and I actually got to go on one of these, actually creates opportunities for the board members to be at different events. Kids talk, staff talk, and the one that I was in, he had no control over what was being said, okay, of what the kids said or what the staff member said. It was a very open conversation, so you'll have those to have. And so that doesn't always happen, so that's another thing that's kind of a real positive. And then I think you also create structured things for the entire board to go towards school settings, for sure.
And can I jump in right here? Because this is part of what I was hoping we'd really hash out today, because when we were functioning well together as a board, we had agreed on behaviors of how we would do things like visit schools and that type of thing. And I just think it's really important that we get there again.
So what about the broader category of engaging the public and engaging constituents? Because I know, like, the community meeting that I hosted, the neighborhood meeting for Zone 7, that in organizing that, there were a lot of suggestions of what you can't do, right? Because we want to abide by the policies, but also that as an elected official, people come to you, right? The public comes to us. So I feel like there's this gray area around our standards for engaging the public. And I'm kind of shooting from the hip. I mean, I have strong ethical standards, of course, but like when people call me, I answer. When people email me, I respond. When they ask to host a meeting, we do it. And I don't know that that's all new to me. So I guess, like, what are the laws around engaging the public? And then can we maybe think about what our position is as a board for how we want to respond to our neighbors?
So, from a legal perspective, because I'm not a board member, I'm not a politician, and you guys are, okay? From a legal perspective, we've talked about it a little bit here this morning. When you are talking to constituents, you can't talk about school board business to the extent it's confidential, that nobody knows about. If it's public, you can certainly talk to constituents about public matters, but not things that are private, and those are typically things you learn about in executive session. Also, you also have to be mindful of the fact that as a board member, you're one person on a 7-person board. You don't speak for the board. You speak for yourself, one person that has one vote out of 7. Okay, so you don't want to, legally, from a legal standpoint, you don't want to try to commit the board or say the board's going to commit to doing something because you don't know. Okay, you're one vote out of 7. Those are the two things that I think.
Can I jump in off that too? I think that one of the things it kind of goes back into cooking, you know, when the more complex something is or something that you're thinking about, that's really wonderful opportunities to do exactly what you said, of having a cohesive thing that the board members are doing to say, okay, hey, this seems like the right time to reach out. That can be a variety of different things to say. It could be a very specific topic. It could be something that's more overarching of a movement you all want to go towards to allow for some brainstorming. But I would have a very targeted approach of what you'd want to do. But I'd want to try to create that as a consistent thing that could be done across all zones, because if it's done in one, in theory, you'd really want it to be taking place in all of them.
I agree with that very much.
Something more superficial. I might like baseball a little bit. Say I want to go see the Charging Wildcats play ball. Can I just go? Or do I need to just go see the game, see the football game?
Go for it.
And I'll go ahead and jump in there. Yeah, go for it, because there's a difference between you like going to a school when school's in session and looking at things and talking to administrators or staff versus things that are open to the public.
Gotcha.
Anything that's open to the general public, man, it's fair game for you guys and everybody else.
So it's okay to show up.
Absolutely.
Something that I've noticed is that we've had some town hall meetings on various topics of things that are occurring in the district. And when we've had those and parents come, it's like open mic night. The questions that we seem to get a lot are things that are about day-to-day operations. And I'm very happy that Dr. Paluski is there to answer that, because I'm not in charge of day-to-day operations, but a lot of people are asking questions about, well, this happened at this school, and why is that doing this, and and I'm like, I don't oversee all those day-to-day things. So I like that he has created those for us. I like that he has created, usually a couple of times a month, we are visiting a school. We have an opportunity to talk with the principal, assistant principals, any of the teachers around. We talk with students. And I feel very comfortable in those situations that he has created for us to do as a board.
Yep, very well said.
Can we go back to when we were talking about the ethics? If we are in executive session from a parliamentary lens, can you, once all that has been discussed and done, can you now say, at this time, we're done with the business of the session, let's now talk about some concerns, ethical concerns? Would that be appropriate? Because it still keeps us in that room.
Ethical concerns.
Yeah, when we were talking about
board members,
communication.
effective communication.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think if the discussion about effective communication is ancillary or related to the purpose for which you were in executive session, then it would be permissible. But I don't think it would be permissible to go into executive session for the sole purpose of discussing effective communication between board members.
Right, I don't mean I'm just saying if that's the place where we're together, that we really be together. And we know we're going in there because we're doing the, normal things we do in executive session. But we're knowing there's a concern also with when she was referring to the ethic concerns. Can we, once we've completed the responsibilities of the session, then talk about something else? Not that it's about that what we're talking.
No.
I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of when you can do that.
That would not be permitted because
Okay.
executive session is only allowed for personnel
Gotcha.
matters
Okay.
and like discussion of like settlement offers and lawsuits and purchasing or selling real estate, because those are obviously sensitive matters that we can't.
But I thought, because I asked the
thinking if
same
you adjourn
question, but in a different way, I thought that when I read and I tell why we're going back there for executive session, so we're back there, let's just say, we're back there, we've looked at the employment of personnel, accepted, decided, we're done with that. But after we finished all that, correct me if I'm wrong, after we finished all that, okay, while we're here, before we leave, I need to talk about Miss McLean's sweater. Is that not appropriate?
Okay, well, was Miss McLean's sweater something that came up during your discussion of the personnel matter?
No.
No.
It was from board member to board member, and we wanted to address it as a board, if that makes sense.
You're absolutely where I'm going. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding because,
And I thought that that was okay
Yeah.
as long as we went for the purpose. We didn't call an executive session to talk about the sweater.
right,
We called the executive session to talk about employment of personnel or discipline or whatever it was.
Yes.
That's what it was called
that's
for.
exactly.
While we
While
were
present.
there, we're all together. We did what we said we were going to do, but just before we get ready to leave, I need to address the sweater.
Okay, well, I will tell you that that's not related to personnel. So unless that discussion was like ancillary or related to your discussion of a
Then
person.
that goes back to Ms.
Scott.
Scott's
Oh, ethical.
question, because now I have the same question. Then when and how do we hold each other accountable
That's what I'm
for what
concerns.
Well, so
concern that we?
since
I might
that,
be concerned because she went in, she busted up in a school building, and I heard about it. And I believe that the other board members need to know that she continually goes to this school and busts up in the building. What are we gonna do about that?
well, I think you can have a communication directly with the board member expressing your concerns, because that's not school business. That's not board business. That's a matter between you and, a fellow board member.
And then I call her and I tell her, hey, it's not a good look for you to continually go to the school and, do what you're doing. And she keeps doing it. Then that means the other board members are wanting to know, what are we going to do about it? When do we talk to each other to do something about it?
Well, I mean, that's going to be an open session.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was going to be my question, Mr. Beckett, is like both with praise and with correction, right? Like as we're trying to uphold these standards, if we want to highlight like, hey, we're really crushing it, or we need to course correct.
Right.
That all happens in a regular board meeting, right?
That's
like
an
out
open
and open.
session.
Okay.
Open session.
Yeah,
And then it just gets placed on the agenda in accordance with the board president.
yeah,
Like
correct.
it's just its own agenda item, I guess,
Or you
for
can
us to
make
talk
a
about.
motion to modify or amend the agenda to add that item. And,
If we feel
that's-
like it needs to be spoken about as a collective.
Yeah, it's happened very, very rarely in my 36 years representing districts, but we have had a couple of situations, because I've gotten the question before, what do you do if a board member's not following the rules? Well, you can admonish them publicly, by majority vote. You can't remove them, for that.
But that's probably what needs to happen
Sure.
in an open session.
But
So
it all
it's
needs to happen in
you're-
open session.
Now, not only the board knows that this
Public
behavior is
knows.
not good, but the public at large knows they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Absolutely correct, yes.
Okay.
You answered that one. Thank you.
Okay.
So as the parliamentarian, if that kind of swung that way, it's my job to pull them back. Hey, we're in executive session. We cannot discuss this.
Correct.
All right. Next question.
Yes, ma'am.
I had any restrictions to what and where you can go or what you can say when you're in the school buildings? You're just there visiting? I want to make sure we on the, because I noticed in the courtesy to Dr. Paluski.
Yeah, there are no restrictions on where you can go and
Okay.
what you can say,
Oh,
but, the practice that I'm aware of is, most often, the board member, schedules the visit with, like, one of the administrators, typically the principal, and the principal will, show you around, answer questions, that kind of thing.
So you schedule a visit, it's not good to just do a pop-up, just show up. It's okay.
Typically, kind of like what Dr. Redis was saying before
Let 'em know
about,
you come.
just kind of let Dr. P know, and then that way Dr. P can kind of let the building know, hey,
Gotcha.
Dr.
So that's
Redis
what you do when we tell you, you let them know we're coming?
Sure.
Or should we do that?
And I would think there's probably a fine line there too, because kind of to Dr. Redis's point, if it causes a disruption to the day-to-day operations, then that's kind of school law 101. That's where the superintendent or the principal has the most authority. So if you were going into a school and you did whatever, but it was starting to cause more of a problem to the day-to-day operations, that's where it could become a really big problem.
Gotcha. So, just clarifying, anytime in a building, you should be with the principal or someone that they designate to walk around with you. Yes or no?
I'm sorry.
I'm
I could be
learning.
wrong, but not necessarily.
Okay.
And I may be doing it wrong, but I always stop by the
Right,
front
go
office,
by the front office.
check in, let them know that I'm there, sign in or whatever. And I always ask, is your principal here? So that they know that I'm in the building. And then I go forth and do what it is to give them that option of whether, because I don't know, they may be in a meeting or, doing something or whatever. I've been in the building before and the principal came out. And then I've been in the building before and it's like, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know.
And I guess my 2 cents to that would be is, what's the purpose? Like, what is the purpose of why you're going to the school? Would have to be a
visit.
very specific, right? So if it's just going to be there or whatever, sure.
Now, if it's the visit, there's no rule, but it's a better look to invite the principal to show you around. And the only reason why I say that is because if you do it by yourself, you can. There's no legal. But if you do it by yourself, that's where the look comes in. Well, Ms. Barker came to my classroom and she was looking all around and I saw her taking notes, and then it becomes, did you go over there to white glove clean the building?
And that's kind of in the school board training talks about that, like the purpose of doing a visit.
Right.
I agree with that. I mean, if you're going to a school, you need to have a purpose for being there. I don't see that we go to a school and just want to wander around. And I think if we're going to a school, we need to have a purpose. I just want to visit with the principal and see if everything's going fine. But I don't see us going in and just wandering around the building, because I do believe people would be saying, what is she doing here? Why is he wandering around and poking in my room, and he's not over me for what I'm doing in here? Or I don't know.
I think that's where you'd get
that's
into
just my-
the disruption of
Yes.
the day-to-day of
Yes,
the
that's
operations
just-
of the building.
my point
When
of
I
view.
first came on the board, we weren't doing lunches, and I wanted to visit the schools. So what I did was, remember you had Wednesdays or whatever day it was that you went to each of the schools. I just tagged along and went to the schools so that I could see and visit and walk around. I wanted to see the building and what was going on. I had the superintendent with me because the principal was not available.
Well, it's not, I wasn't asking for wondering.
No.
I was asking for visiting, because we are elected officials in those areas for those schools. And sometimes they ask you, when are you coming by our school? So I think this
And
is
when
an
they
opportunity
when they ask,
also.
I'd go.
But I think this is another opportunity to educate our staff.
Gotcha.
When we talk about community, schools are the community. So they should be aware, hey, if they come in, there's no purpose. They're just, I'm just trying to get a win-win here, but to understand, that if I go to school, trust me, I'm just going to visit, because you just don't always have time for that. But we're here to learn the correct way to do it. I think as a Blue, one of the takeaways may be specific to what we should go to the schools for. And don't leave it in the air just to guess, why. But the other one was being elected to a zone. I think I know the answer. You can visit any school, correct? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Remember.
But I think that
Represent
is
the
something
district.
we do need to ensure that our staff is aware. Just because your board member comes in, you are not in no trouble. And if you're going to ever get to these things, what you're saying, you got to have buy-in from both sides. You cannot just have a board do this and the body or the staff is fearful. I never want, if any of us go anywhere, that the staff is fearful. They should be relaxed and comfortable, to me, in relationships, and
I
that's that
agree.
blue, I guess.
But you have to
Which
think
board
of
member?
their perception
Right,
also
right, but I'm-
See, if you just
of
pop, if you
people.
just pop
Yeah,
in,
you just
it makes
pop
it
it in.
uncomfortable. You know?
Yeah, but
So one thing I'll share, and I think you'd agree with me on this, and maybe folks that have been on the board for a minute, the School Board Association used to tell people, you don't go in to visit the schools at all
They did.
unless you're tied with the district. So I think where North Little Rock is at is kind of a common sense approach is really what I would call it, of saying, okay, you know, first off, there's individual attitude that you can go, just make Dr. P aware, but if you're going there once a week, you're disrupting what they need to do. Okay? And then second, know that this district really works to get you into the schools on coordinated things, like actual entire board getting to come, or special occasions that he's gonna invite you to, that you come in and you get to interact with staff too. Because those also really help with everything you're saying. But you do have that individual thing, just don't go over the top.
Oh, I wouldn't. Just want clarification, because
Sure.
you've heard so many different things, and that's, just wanted to get that clarification.
So could I interrupt a little bit, because this is a dynamic thing, I don't know how much you've got left.
I don't have much left.
Okay, because we want to try to get to Greg with the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Can we go ahead and drive through what you have left?
Absolutely, let's do it. All right, so now we're going to get in sort of the nuts and bolts of, specific ethics law provisions. And so board members cannot have a direct or indirect interest in business contracts with the district. And you're thinking there like vendor contracts, okay? But what does indirect mean? Because I had like a superintendent call me earlier this week and say, hey, I'm thinking about promoting an employee, and she's related to me by marriage. And so I go, okay, what's the relation? She goes, well, this lady's married to my husband's second cousin. And I go, no, we're good here. Think spouse, children, parents, anyone living in your house, your wife's brother, but not your wife's brother's wife, that kind of thing. No indirect interest, direct or indirect interest in business. This doesn't contemplate, like one-time sales that don't involve, negotiated or written contracts. And then there are exceptions, and this is kind of the unusual and limited circumstances, and that also applies, the unusual and limited circumstances situation can also apply to the offering or hiring of, a family member to a job in the district, okay? And that's come up. Last week we were dealing with a situation, or a couple of weeks ago we dealt with a situation in Conway where the board president's daughter applied for and was seeking a job as like I think it was like an interventionist, like a reading interventionist or something like that. Pardon? Was it a coach? Okay. And the secretary, because what happens is if the board member's family is recommended for hire, then there have to be unusual and limited circumstances because the Secretary of Education has to approve the hire, okay? And the board member involved cannot participate at all in the vote, and then after the vote is held and the board member's family member is recommended for hire, then the board has to send a resolution to the secretary setting out the unusual and limited circumstances which justify the board's decision to hire the board member's family member.
Unless they're already employed before you got on the board.
That is correct. This is for new hires that occur after the board member has been elected. And in the Conway case, the secretary denied it because it was a position that the district, he didn't feel apparently that the district could show that there were unusual and limited circumstances. Now, I've got another situation this week involving a different district where they had a resignation of an occupational therapist. And the district posted and interviewed, and they got 3 applicants for the position, 2 of whom withdrew before the interviews were conducted because the salary was not high enough for them to justify leaving their current position. You know, OTs are very highly sought after, and there's a limited supply. So in that case, the remaining candidate, great interview, doctorate level occupational therapist, but she's the daughter of a board member. Okay, so what do you do? Well, in that case, I think there's much better chance of showing unusual and limited circumstances because you had a really small applicant pool to begin with. The applicant pool in Conway was a large applicant pool, and very few people meet the qualifications because it's a highly specialized job in highly specialized field. So I think that they may have a better shot at getting approval from the secretary. But that's an example of stuff that can happen. Full disclosure, just kind of talking about the mechanics. It's much easier now because the department has developed rules that it actually has like sample board resolutions and so forth, so it's a pretty cut and dried situation. Yeah, same. This is what we were talking about. And then I mentioned this earlier. I've got 3 slides here, 6.7. Just talking about complaints, and it just kind of sets out sort of the chain of command procedures to follow when, you know, you guys get complaints, because like Tori said, you know, you're inevitably going to have communications from patrons and constituents asking about stuff, you know, making comments to you, complaining, and this is the process. I mean, it's all about, as Dr. Poore was saying earlier, and you're going to hear from Dr. P., I mean, it's all about process. Right. That's why I like doing what I do, because school boards and school districts. I mean, I didn't realize this back in 1990. You know, Tori probably wasn't even born then.
No, sir.
Yeah, but
Gosh, it makes me
I had no idea how regulated school districts are. I mean, you're talking federal laws, regulations, just a maze of them. Then you've got state laws and regulations, a maze of those laws. I mean, have you ever taken a look at a paper copy of your policies, sections 1 through 8? I mean, I keep it on my desk because I'm looking at them like multiple times every day, but it's like the biggest 3-ring binder you can buy, double-sided, okay? And then the school law book.
Yeah.
Do you guys get school law books?
I don't
Dude,
have one.
that way, you're digital. So I keep that on my desk too, and I mean it's like that thick, fine, you know, small print. And then, not to mention, you know, not only that, but you know, you guys are one of the biggest property owners in the entire county. Okay, so you're heavily regulated there in terms of, you know, having to deal with real estate issues all the time. So you know, it's just a lot of moving parts in a school district.
I know we're running up against time for our set agenda, but I just would like to make the suggestion. I feel like sometimes I might be breaking rules that I don't know exist, to your point about the thickness of all the policies.
Yes.
And so I do my best to try to understand the rules so that I can do things appropriately. But I do feel like the balance of day-to-day operations and the systems, educational programs, or you know, that distinction, right, of like what falls into day-to-day operations that is absolutely out of scope versus is mission, vision, strategic oriented, and just helping not only as a board but also as a community people understand the difference.
Right.
I still don't have clarity, truly, on what is day-to-day operations versus what falls in the bucket of board governance.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what Dr. Poore said, I think, earlier about, you know, it's even for an accountant that's elected to the school board, it's going to take that person, because the very first board I represented had an accountant on the school board, CPA, very experienced CPA, and it's like it takes like 2 years for the accountant to figure out school finance. It's just very complicated. But I'm not trying to. Basically, what I want to be is, because in Arkansas, the laws give school boards immense power over the operation and, you know, the setting policy in the district, and immense power in like personnel issues when you're acting on superintendent recommendations. But there are some guardrails out there so that you don't get into the minutia of day-to-day, like Ms. McLean said, the minutia of the day-to-day operations of the district, because that's for the people that you approve to be hired to do those jobs.
And can I jump in here? Because what they've told us over and over, if someone is paid to do the job, then let them do the job. Otherwise, you're in the weeds. Or
And
you're in the day-to-day operation.
And so maybe part of the request for clarity as we move forward is having understanding of who's paid to do what, so that we can route them appropriately or at least have awareness. And I know I'm coming, through a learning curve, obviously, but I don't want to break rules that are out there that I don't know exist. But I think in some cases, people are coming to us with suggestions for ways to improve and that strategic bucket. And so I want to be able to take those seriously while also appropriately routing day-to-day concerns.
So one of the things, like, I may be of help on this, like, when you think about literacy, okay, let's just take that. That's a big topic, right?
Right.
Especially all the different age groups and the different needs. But when you think about that in terms of day-to-day and then what the board's role is, the board is going to end up receiving some of the things that create the direction, and you're then able to ask questions about. So, for example, curriculum. You're about ready, and I think, if I understand it right, Greg, you're going to come to them probably in the next year with a new literacy curriculum, potentially? Year, 2 years?
Well, that was on our original list until the State Department told us to
Wait a little bit.
not move forward. They were going through the revision of the criteria about.
But the point is that's coming in the next 2 years. So when he comes forward with a recommendation, him and his staff going to vet that out. They're the experts.
Right.
When it comes to you, though, now you get to ask all these questions that fit into every color, okay, fit into the things that are your core values to say, okay, well, how much did this cost, and was it the cheapest? Was it the most expensive? And why is it that you ended up picking that? What's the impact on staff? What's the professional development angle of this? Not only to get it set up, how many hours does it take, but then what's it going to take ongoing to get this done? How does this curriculum honor diverse learners' needs? Okay, whether it's from special ed to gifted to English language learners. All those types of questions should be addressed through his packet, but it's also questions that you should be asking, because that's going to determine whether you're going to approve the budget, right? Does that kind of make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it definitely does. So encouraging the questions that we ask, not only to come from my understanding, but the understanding of the people within the schools.
That's correct. You were representing the entire community,
Right.
staff and community. I don't know if that meant he's done.
Love it. Irish. It's like I'm out.
I'm going to click some slides forward because I hope we're in a good place. Let me just see what he has next. Yeah, so we're at scenarios. So
Mr. Paul, just relative to that, just as a
Yes.
reminder, in our policy 1.07, maybe as a baseline, does have the powers and the duties of the board described 1 through 12. So, those were last revised on 2004. But just as a reference.
They all need to be updated.
So, okay, that's another responsibility that lets you dive into it. So, one of the things that I would suggest to Greg on 2004, he's probably saying, ouch, okay, when he saw that. But, there are sections within your policy book. What I always try to do, and what I suggest to superintendents is, okay, I'm going to map out for my whole team, here's when we're going to bring forward those policies, and we're going to review them. And sometimes we're not going to make any changes, but at least you're saying, we've looked at them, we're reviewing, we have no basis for change, you're agreeing that there's no basis of change. Now it gets modified at the bottom, say, hey, last reviewed at this time.
Yeah.
Or that there's changes that are being made to match up better with what you do with students, or with staff, or with curriculum, or with even the board. So those can come to you on a regular basis, so it's not all one big thing, because that one big thing, there's no way you can do it.
Yeah, and we've been working through updating and revising some policies.
You guys
So,
already know that.
yeah, we're in the middle of, I would say, a version of that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go real quick, and since we're over time a little bit, scenarios.
and when Jay comes back in, he may be able to help, but you have several employees call you to share how unfair a teacher has been treated and has been put on leave. How do you handle that?
Repeat it again.
There's a teacher that's been put on leave. You have other staff members saying, this has been so screwed up, this is unfair. They're calling you as a board member. How do you respond to that?
This is a personnel matter.
Direct them to the superintendent. It's a personnel matter. I can't talk to you because if I talk to you, it's going to screw him up if you ever have to go to court.
Yes.
Okay? So you got to keep yourself above water. Next scenario. A board member starts to, well, we covered this, visit schools on their own, talking to all sorts of staff members, and asking about the effectiveness of the principal. Wrong, because the effectiveness of principal is not your role. Okay? Not your role. Next question. Board member is asked to meet with someone who has contracts with the district.
No.
So no, right off the bat, right?
Unless the, no.
Okay, easy. Next, group of cheerleading parents are seeking a meeting to complain. I want to have the board members. They're asking you to set up the meeting.
Get on the agenda.
It could be two things, really. First, you want to try to guide them towards, hey, this is the cheerleader, have you talked to the high school principal?
Exactly.
Okay, that's really, you want us to go to the lowest form of where the person can handle it. And so you want to go there, and typically they will say, well, she won't listen, he won't listen, and you say, well, that's really what you need to do, and if you still have concerns, then you should go to Dr. Kaluski. Okay? If they wanted to, generate a public meeting, that's probably something I would steer away from. Staff came to you to complain about another board member. Has that ever happened? I bet it has.
It has.
And how do you handle that, Dr. Rez?
Don't go there.
There you go.
I think
I
the
don't
other
go
way
there.
that you can handle it is you can give a little more depth to the answer. Say, I hear what you're saying, but I also want you to understand that you have no idea of all the different things that we filter and have to receive as we're working as a school board. And so, yeah, you may not like that person's statement or whatever, but hey, I'm telling you, we're all up here trying to do our best. So you always want to kind of back and support your team everywhere you can. You receive a call sharing that the principal is having an affair with one of the staff members. What should you do?
Report it to the superintendent, because
Get
that's
to the
who we pay.
superintendent. And you do not want to go investigate. You don't want to have people telling you, well, how do you know who she with or he's with? You do not want to know any of that. You say, okay, let me cut you off. I appreciate you telling me. I really need you to get this to the superintendent. Okay? Because I am a decision maker, final decision maker in a hearing that could come on this matter. And I want to be a part of that decision. I can't take any information.
That was one of the things I was going to add to it is I always try to remind them that if you tell me too much, I'll have to recuse myself.
Right.
And that usually shuts them down because they want you there hoping that you'll be on their side. But if you let them know, you tell me too much, I'm going to have to recuse myself.
Okay, forward this. Oops, I'm sorry.
Quick question. Now that we have assistant superintendents, should they go to them first?
That's what I do.
Hang on, can you ask that again?
Now that we have assistant superintendents,
Yep.
if a person has a problem with something, should we direct them to the assistant superintendent first?
I would say no. I would direct them to me
Well,
because I'm the one that oversees them.
So with the chain.
I usually go by, I'm sorry.
Principal, I was just
the-
thinking the chain you just referenced. You
Is-
said go to the principal.
If a parent came to me and had a problem, I usually would ask them, have you talked to the principal?
Oh, maybe I
Because-
missed what he was saying. If
Because
there's,
I know that you're going to ask, have you talked to the principal? So I ask
Correct.
them, have you talked to the principal? And when they say, I know the principal's not going to do anything, well, the principal has a supervisor. Let me refer you to the assistant superintendent and give them their information. And if they say that, well, I know that person ain't gonna do nothing either. Well, call 501-771-8006 and schedule an appointment to talk to the superintendent.
Sure. Yeah.
That's just what but if that's wrong.
I would just ask to, if you're going to do that, just include me in that communication. Because we're just trying to, just like we teach all the time, we try to solve problems closest to where the problem exists. So if the problem is at a school and it's with, just like because I'll ask that question, is have you talked to the principal? Because they're going to know the most information about it. And 9 times out of 10, that doesn't happen, so you direct it back to that. And so if it's not solved there, and then it goes up the chain, and if it's not solved there, certainly up through me. Just as long as I'm aware, that's all I ask.
Right, I mean, because he did say that a parent came to us about a principal that was doing something they shouldn't have been doing. So I said, okay, well, I suggest that you contact the assistant superintendent. But what you're saying is, if I say that, send you a text or something saying, hey.
Yeah, just all I'm asking is just
That
communicate
lets him
back.
make sure he's having his staff follow up.
That's exactly right. That's back to that two-way communication. Just keep me in that loop as well, so I can follow up. Because you'll probably ask later, like, hey, what happened to that, or was it taken care of? And that just helps me know that when I see that person, I can follow up and say, hey, Mr. Taylor got this question from. Where are we with this? How? Just so we're all communicating.
Okay.
Sure, good. That's a good
Okay,
question.
set the stage for the next phase of conversation, strategic plans. Here's something that separates you all. You already have a strategic plan, okay? It's really good, actually. And there's things that are dynamics that I've seen that we're gonna discuss here this afternoon that show like, man, we're really trying to narrow down into very specific things to move the strategic targets forward. You're ahead of the game on that. But these things right here, these are all things that you all have the mission and vision. That's you as a board. It's you to set the strategic priorities and you to approve what the specific goals are. Okay, that's on you. Okay, the plan of execution of what's going to happen with those goals, then that falls under the superintendent. Okay, but you do work with the resources, all that. And these are just things that we can talk about in the future. So I want to finish today with a little video just to show how easy being a board member is.
This man right here is my great-grandfather. He's the first cat herder in our family.
Herding cats. Don't let anybody tell you it's easy.
Anybody can herd cattle. Holding together 10,000 half-wild short hairs, well, that's another thing altogether.
Being a cat herder is probably about the toughest thing I think I've ever done.
I got this one this morning, right here. And if you look at his face, it's just ripped to shreds, you know?
You see the movies, you hear the stories, I'm living a dream. Not everyone can do what we do.
I wouldn't do nothing else.
It ain't an easy job, but when you bring a herd into town and you ain't lost a one of them, ain't a feeling like it in the world.
EDS, managing the complexities of the digital economy.
Okay, so a couple things I love about that. One is I'm living a dream, okay? and that's kind of the mentality I would tell you that you need to kind of keep having. And sometimes, we would talk about that, like at my board, like, hey, we're living the dream right here, come on, this is it. And even when it was tough stuff, like, what's better than this? But, the cool thing is, like, there are so many wonderful things that are going on inside this district, with your kids, with your staff, but there's so much work yet to be done, right? And you all get to help drive and dictate the pace of that. You get to guide and direct, where those targets are going to be that you think will have the most impact. That's going to be you, and that's this next phase of conversation. But the other thing that the video points out is it's even though you're living the dream, it's not easy, kick, scratch, clawed. Sometimes you're going to feel like you physically, mentally are just like, oh, wow. Okay, it takes so much out of you. And so your service, I'm appreciative that you all chose to step up to go lead. And what I plan to do as a part of helping Greg on this next thing and helping you all is just, I'm going to keep trying to remind, how the strategy part of this of you as a board. Your voice matters throughout all the rest of the presentation. And, you know, I'm in it with y'all as much as you need me to be, for as long as I need to be, and coming back or whatever else. But I really have appreciated the morning, and I appreciate all the good efforts you've all made to make this, in my mind, it's been a good morning. So thank you.
Can you remind the community that we do all of this with no pay?
Yeah, on top of that, right? On top of
this is strictly volunteer.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a lot of states now that have adjusted that, and you know, are paying board members, but our state hasn't gone there, and I don't see it right happening in our state. But it's all, you know, what you guys are doing, and the amount of hours that you put in. Because, you know, we talked about like some visits to schools, the visits that are structured, the book that you get as a board packet, okay, to really digest that, man, there's a lot there. It is not easy to be a board member, and then you go through a board meeting, and you know, you all have. I know you're aware of it. There are some board meetings that go till
midnight,
and beyond,
and beyond,
yeah, and beyond. So it's not
those
easy.
Are fun.
Yeah, those are. Then you really are living the dream. Yeah, and I will tell you, if you get to about 10 or 11 o'clock, there's not great decision making made at that time. Okay, it's not good.
It violates the Beckett rule. We learned.
So yeah.
Cut us off at 11.
And I really thought, I wish Jake could have been here for us to honor him, but he brought a lot today. It's really good. And you know, we had talked about even including the Beardsley Group, who does all your school bond finance, because they do a really good job of doing projection. Sometimes that third-party lens is powerful. And I know that'll happen too, but you know, we'll have Brian too later.
Yep.
Greg, can I just turn to you, and you're going to take us?
Sure. I just want to check in on the school board, just with where we are. We are at 11:41, and I know we've scheduled to have a little bit of a break and lunch, or we can make it working. I know Ms. Colquitt has lunch ready. I just need to know what you all want to do. I can keep plowing along and keep moving, or we can take a couple-minute break, get some lunch, retool, and
let's do that,
just take a
so
little
that
lunch.
when we come back, we have some food on our brains before we start setting priorities.
Sure.
Will we get copies of the presentations and like
Yeah.
Mr. Beckett's just to
Yes.
have
Mine's
for
fine to
refer-
share too.
and yours? Yeah.
Mine's all in, and his is incorporated together, so
Okay.
it comes one
Okay.
day.
I just think.
So we're gonna come back and do strategic planning, is that what you're saying?
Are we cutting things?
Yeah. Are we cutting the board culture assessment?
I thought we did
Is
that.
that what we just did?
No, there's another tool on that we talked about doing, and I don't know whether we got the right time for that to give.
And that was in a one-on-one session that Ms. Scott and I had, which is a great book I've read. I've trained on it too, and the 5 dysfunctions of a team. That was her suggestion, and I do think that's very valuable to take. I think that is important, but I know where we are. I think that was a question, Mike. If you wanted to? It's hyperlinked, but we could just download it on a paper form.
Well, I was kind of thinking it might be really powerful if you did it prior. If you are going to do a quarterly, like a quarter thing to come back, you all would have worked together then for 6 months. That gives you a better chance to see what that gel and fill fits like. And then, you know, you do it along with, hey, we're getting these reports back. So I would say maybe October you do it, but that's just me.
My 2 cents. I think this is very important because anytime you're a new team, you go through the stages of teaming. I mean, that's where us working together as one team. I think this is very important. And
Can I show this?
Absolutely.
This is the board you're coming into. This is where we've been. In 2022, North Little Rock School District won the ASBA School Board of Excellence in Leadership Award. And we all proudly went up there, pranced up there a little bit with Dot, too. And we're very proud of this. And I like to bring this out every once in a while just to remind us that we can do this. And it takes some unity and teamwork to be there.
And I go back to, we need to have an agreement on how we're going to function. That's how we got there to begin with. That's exactly how we got there. We sat down together as a team and agreed how we would function. And it worked really fine until people decided they didn't want to function that way. And then it started going off the rails again. So I think that's super important.
So then we're just agreeing that we won't get to budget and priorities. Maybe we'll get through the cultural assessment and the strategic planning.
You're asking a good question.
Right.
It's up to the
I'm
board
okay with that if
to-
we set it, I mean, obviously we have to get to the other things eventually, but I just want to throw that out there.
I guess the question would be, looking at this priority, what do you, the goal of today's retreat, to make sure that we achieve our goal that we wanted. So if doing the board assessment and the strategic planning, what, I want everybody to be comfortable. I want everybody to leave and go, I spent 6 hours and it was great. I learned this, I got this from it. Or, you know, it doesn't matter to me.
I've so far written 3 pages, working my 4th page of note, and I'm absorbing stuff. And to me, it doesn't feel like we've been here as long as we have. But that's just me. So whatever we do, I'll go along with, because I'm in learning mode, and so I'm kind of getting in hungry mode, so I kind of get a little bit of food. But other than that,
Well, is there any way to do the board cultural assessment while we eat?
Yeah, I can have Ms. Colquitt print that out, and we could take that as, I think it's important we take it.
Let's
At
do it.
least,
Let's
if
do it.
nothing else,
Can we do
take
that?
it.
So let's take 5.
And I think that's
Grab our lunch.
one thing that Mr. Poore and I talked about is,
Yeah.
if we can take it, maybe give it to him, and he could maybe do a quick chart about what the results say, and let us deep dive into that. Because to me, it doesn't matter what we set as a priority. We have to work together on the priority.
So is it
So
okay
in
to have a
order to-
working lunch, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too.
Do you have anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Let me go
So
check
we
and
just-
see if she's ready.
Why don't we just stop for a minute, and we'll take a little bit of break, and then we come back, and we'll go back on there. right? This is probably one of my favorite books. My favorite authors is Patrick Lencioni. This is a suggestion that Ms. Scott brought up early on as a suggestion, which I think it's a great one. And so, not going to read it to you, but I would suggest that you read the instructions, and then there's a rating scale pertaining to each question, and as it relates to, don't spend a lot of time, what they ask in instructions, like what's your gut feeling as it relates to that, not to agonize, similar to what we just did with Mr. Poor and the colors. And then if you add your scores there and take a couple minutes to go down through that. And
this is rating the team, not individuals, correct?
right, so the primary purpose of this assessment is to provide you with a sense of your team's unique strengths and areas of improvement. So it'd be your take on us as a team as it relates to that question.
All right.
And then you can put your name, or if you're more comfortable, we can just make them all anonymous. If that's everybody feels comfortable, it doesn't matter to me. It's up to the board. And then Mr. Poor can score them. And then, and I do like in this assessment, as it says that, last sentence, while the assessment itself provokes an interesting perspective, its most important aspect will be the discussion that it provokes around certain issues once we start working through it. And then there's the 5 categories, and then there's a scoring interpretation as we can discuss once we kind of see where we are as a team.
So we're gonna do the score sheet after it goes in.
You're doing the score sheet, and I think if you do it all the way to page 3, then I'll take over, try to do the group scoring. Tally.
Up to page 3. Yeah. Well, actually, 2. And then Mr. Paul will do the score. Or do you want us to score our own, Mike? Yeah, you want us to score our
I
own.
think score your own.
And then you'll.
And I'll combine them.
scoring. You gotta take, and then divide those pages.
I give them what I get, though. I probably should have cut that and just given them the page. I took pictures.
You want me to put a, you want me
just gave him the
to put a
page.
chart up there?
Dr. Lucy, I gave them just the page. I gave them the back.
I'm gonna do it on a document, and I'll try to put it up on a chart or something.
Yeah.
Some people gave one sheet, and some gave the whole thing, because everybody, it doesn't matter to me, I can give back your overall thing if you wanna.
Just keep saying.
Mr. Report.
I don't.
You need me to help you score them, or?
I think I can do that while you're doing this other stuff.
Okay. Is that what you wanna do? Or you
Yeah.
wanna-
Cause that allows you to get going on the, and I'll jump in stuff.
Let me check, see where they are. So, Mr. Poor's gonna do the scoring. He suggests I start talking about the strategic plan, or just tell me, because I think once we get back into the team thing, that'll generate some discussion in time. So I just kinda need to know from all of you what direction, you wanna just keep it going? All right, I'll keep it going. So while Mr. Poor is kind of tallying those, I'll start with, I was gonna do this right from my seat, if that's okay. So here's what you have in this packet that I prepared for you. The first thing, and Mr. Poor brought all of this to our attention, and I think it is a really good thing that we go back to the vision and mission. Certainly, we don't have to do that now, but he did suggest, there's two areas that I wrote down of, and it might come out of the team discussion as well, as that is looking at our core values and narrowing that down to 5. He did make the recommendation on the mission statement, sound a little wordy. So these are all things that we can come back to as a new board and re-discuss. This was created in 2002 and 2003 upon arriving and noticing that we really need to re-envision the district to where we are today. Also important out of this was the work that we've done on truly defining what a graduate in North Little Rock School District looks like, sounds like. And I just attended Miss McLean was there the other day with the academies of Central Arkansas, and there was a lot of work done centrally around what should a graduate look like. And we took that, if you remember, and we kind of boiled it down to what we wanted every child to be future ready. In the 5-year strategic goals, for just a point of history, how did we get to those? And so, and Ms. Barker was with us at the time as well. When I arrived in November of 2020, I spent better part of 6 months trying to study the district, look at quantitative and qualitative data, do interviews, do all that. And that was presented on April 17th of 2021, the 100-day transition plan summary report. And out of all of that listening, there were 5 kind of organizational pain points that everyone was talking about that needed attention. Obviously, number 1 is we're in the business of teaching and learning, so it's about rigorous, relevant, and innovative learning. 2, safe and orderly and supportive healthy learning environments. 3, organizational effectiveness. 4, high-quality teachers, leaders, and employees. And then 5, engaging and forming stakeholders. So that's how we took the themes and made them into goals. So now, which is really good, Mr. Poor, that we did the personality inventory. So what you're going to find in here is I tried to differentiate to everybody's learning style. So you're going to see an infograph, you're going to see a summary, and then you're going to see an executive summary, and then you're going to see a detailed summary if you're somebody that wants all the details. So this is a place that we've been trying to get to over the last several years. I know metrics have changed, accountability's changed, but over the last probably 6 months we've had this new structure. It's allowed me to more focus on stuff like this. And so what we've been working on as an executive leadership team is narrowing down problems of practice. And problems of practice, I don't want to get into educanese, but in understanding what a problem of practice is, I was first exposed to that in a training at Harvard. It's often used in graduate programs, higher level organizational coherence, doctoral programs, and it's basically a problem of practice is a system level problem that you want to solve, that you want to improve, that will ultimately have a greater impact on the students that you serve. So I just want to frame that. And what we've done is identified 3 potential problems of practice in each one of the 5 goal areas. And I'm going to talk about each one of those at a very high level. That was my thinking. And then we can go dive back into goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal 4. I just want to let you know what's here. And ultimately, and Mr. Poor as well as Dr. Rez, when we were framing this, is really trying to decide today what are the 3 or 4 things that you want me to work on, that you want to work together with me on to improve. That's kind of the ultimate goal out of today. And there's a lot of information here, but I'm trying to do it in a very high level, but I'm sure it'll get us into a good discussion. So if you're an infographic person, that's there for you. If you're if you go to the executive summary, kind of provides a little bit of bullets underneath that. And then I'll probably use the executive summary, but if you go to the back, there's paragraphs that I've written with our team that has a lot of data that backs up why this is a potential area of focus. So if I start with the first goal, which is goal 1, rigorous, relevant, and innovative learning, obviously one of the first things that sticks out is 3rd grade. That was mentioned a little bit earlier today. This is now where the government, under the LEARNS Act, is stepping in and saying, look, if a child is not prepared by grade 3, then they'll be retained if it's not with a good cause exemption. So as was stated, we did start the year with about 49% of our students are 3rd graders going into 3rd grade that potentially could be at risk. And that number has been dramatically decreased to 7.5%. That does not, it does exclude the ones that are in good cause exemption, but those students, and that's a tribute to our teachers and our focus. We celebrated this past week, if you saw on my calendar, we did 2 days of School Improvement Institute, and every principal, everybody in there was just, there's a lot of work and a lot of pressure on 3rd grade teachers. But when you dissect that as a problem of practice, just like what was earlier discussed, you really have to go look at all the things in pre-K and grade 1 and grade 2 so we stay away from retention in grade 3. And that's what this problem of practice speaks to, is early learning and school readiness, so that our goal should be that every child, when they leave 2nd grade, they're ready to read and compute on grade level, because remember, 3rd grade starts the accountability under the LEARNS Act. That starts in grades 3 and it goes all the way up through high school. Problem of practice number 1. Problem of practice number 2 is student engagement. And this is where we get to rigor, relevance, and although we're seeing an improvement in achievement in ELA, math, and science, which is positive, we're showing positive indicators, we're moving in the right direction, it still speaks to we still have large numbers of students that are not on grade level. So when you dissect that even further, and so from a quantitative and qualitative standpoint, this past year our leaders, we've done well over 2,000 walkthroughs. We mentioned this at the State Department at the time. We did 350. And the big thing from our walkthrough data that tells us is there's more passive learning than active learning. And we know that kids, in order to learn at high levels, need to be actively engaged in the learning process. So we've got to do a better job to support our teachers in actively engaging students from the beginning of the bell to the end of the bell, whatever that instructional time period is, to be engaged in grade level content standards. That's 2. Problem of practice number 3 is around high school graduation. And as Mr. Poore alluded to, we have improved from where we were in 2022, which is 77% graduation rate, up to 83%. However, when you unpack that even further, it's still alarming that some students with the with the graduation rate is well below the national average. The national average is 85% across the United States. But when you dig into this and it starts to show where our gaps are, so when you look at foster care, for an example, homeless at 60%, English language learners 61%, students with disabilities 80%. And then the interesting I find out of this is male students compared to females, it's a 78.70% graduation rate to our peers at 89. Now we've done a much better job, the academies of Central Art. Yep.
What page are you on? On the little color code.
No, that's okay. Yep.
Okay,
I'm on,
I see.
yeah, I'm on the, I went to the executive summary, I thought, just to kind of frame that a little bit. But if you want to listen to that, or you, depending on your learning style, I try to differentiate. But that'll be problem of practice number 3. Problem of practice.
Did you say that males have a lower graduation rate than the females, correct?
Yes, sir. And that is in the executive summary. I kind of laid that out, which, yes, and that this is where you start to really unpack. Yes, we're doing a better job, but we've got to look deeper at our data to see that we're not doing as good a job as we need to when it comes to some student groups and their vulnerability around graduation. Goal area 2, safe, healthy, supportive learning environment. Certainly student behavior. And remember, from 2020, coming out of the pandemic where everybody was dealing, and we focused in on fighting. And I highlight in here where we significantly dropped in 2022 to today the number of incidents at high school, but it's still concerning to me about fighting at middle school. And that's also part of the change of the reorganization of the middle school, is to address behavior. That's one area. The second is attendance. You know that in our reorganization with our wraparound service providers, we've done a much better job of focusing on attendance, and they've done a great job. And even though we've seen a slight increase, we know that, especially when we unpack our bottom quartile of students, which is how our letter grades are calculated in each one of those buckets, in 24 and 25, we saw 1 in 4 students were chronically absent. And so we know if we can break those barriers and get kids to school, we can teach them. Mental health, mental health, mental health. This continue always to be an area with our students in mental health. We need to do a better job of tracking, although we have multiple providers in mental health. We need to do a better job of tracking data of how many students need mental health, how are we providing those services in that area, because we know that is a high impact on a student. The third area, which is organizational effectiveness, this has been a big priority of our board from the beginning, but obviously teacher compensation comes to the top. And we know that we're competing locally, and we've been having all these budget discussions. That's certainly an area of potential focus. Also is classified. Equally important, you can't run a school district without support services. So the second problem of practice is around compensation for our classified staff, and especially where we have high turnover areas of need, and that data is there as well. I also put this one in because this is an emerging topic. I just put it in here because it's here, and that's the world of AI and how students are using it, how teachers are using it. It is the future, and there are all kinds of different, policy, how we use it, effectiveness, and that's also an area is looming. And then in goal 4, which is high quality teachers, leaders, and staff, the problem of practice there is we know around teacher recruitment. And then problem of practice, the second one there is retaining our teachers and making sure with our veteran teachers and our skilled teachers that we're retaining them. I think it talks about a 77% retention rate. Licensure, we know we've had about 164 teachers that did not have licenses. That is a pathway to certification, but when they don't have the proper credentialing or they're lacking training in that area, it has a direct impact on the classroom. And then the last one, which we've also talked about in that bucket, is attendance, teacher attendance, and thinking creatively on maybe incentives for teachers to not use all those sick days as an example. They are awarded those as a benefit. Something to think about there. And last is engage, inform, empower stakeholders. Obviously, we've been experiencing declining enrollment in North Little Rock School District well before I got here. The data shows clear back in 2014 where we've lost lots of students. Obviously, we've now had the LEARNS Act. We're competitive. There's voucher programs. So that is certainly an area as well. And then from our parent survey, problem of practice number 2 in that bucket is just communication, consistency, responsiveness, transparency to our families, to our stakeholders. One of the things we learned out of that our parents wanted even more was just that communication from their teacher at the school and specifically around progress of their child. So we know that's an area to continue to look at. And then the last, which is that engagement of our stakeholders and our family and our community members, alumni. How do we, it's kind of the conversation I think Ms. Scott was asking about, how do we go about that as a school board of engaging our stakeholders in a way that not only they're informed, they have an opportunity for input and feedback to help us in the work that we're doing in the school district. And the last page there is a bunch of resources. I know that's a lot of information in a short amount of time, but there's a lot of things that we can focus on, and if there's something here that is not a problem of practice that you think should be a problem of practice, that's up to the board to discuss. But I tried to organize this in a way that would be concise. How are we doing over there, Mr. Ford?
Well, I've almost got this totaled, and if you don't mind, can I pitch in?
Please.
I think one of the things, if I were you all, I'd look at it first from the lens of, just the strategic goals themselves, and be able to ask questions about those 5 big goals. Is there anything of the broad overarching thing of either why they were selected or when they were picked, or and then once that has feel good about that, then I would dive in. Okay, let's go to this first thing with in the first area of which is on achievement, more or less.
Yep.
So I would go into that and say, okay, here's what Dr. Paluski is sharing as the ouch points. Are you feeling that? And then if has he got the right targets? If he doesn't, then you guys need to guide him to say, what about, or could we also look at this too? And then maybe that's what he's going to generate then for all of you to be able to monitor whether or not we're really moving forward achievement on literacy for young people. Does that kind of make sense? So I'd start first with the 5 goals. And we got some historians, because some of you have been around for a minute on this. But do the 5 goals make sense? Is there anyone that you have questions about, just to create a little depth of understanding or history of why they were generated the way they were generated?
It would probably be more for the new board members' questions, because we were.
I mean, it seems to make sense to me, because that's what we've talked about throughout the board meetings and the objectives and the goals and where we are with the testing and what we need to do. So, I mean, it feels like, to me, the priorities are okay, for sure. It seems like we've got a good direction.
I'm trying to make space take space situation. The thing that I keep thinking about is like whenever I have set plans in the past, they're directly related to like resource allocation. So like on a personal budgeting, for example, when I set personal strategies, it's like 50% of my time and money goes to fundamentals, right? Like the basics that have to be dealt with. 30% of it goes to fun things, and then 20% of it goes to the future. So that, because we're limited in the amount of time and money we have, right? And when I read through this, part of what comes to me is it's still a lot of priorities. And so I'm trying to read through it with the lens of, okay, where are the fundamentals of like, we cannot drop this ball? And then do the sequencing of the goals reflect that same priority? And so that's where my mind is going right now, is just trying to figure out like some of these things are nice to haves, some of these things are must haves. Maybe not everybody agrees with that, but that's kind of how I see it. So I can give concrete examples if you want, but that's where my mind is going.
Examples.
I mean, in my, again, limited time on the board, but my own personal learning about like what matters most in growing students, it's teacher-student interactions, right? The classroom. So for me, goal number 4, high-quality teachers, leaders, and staff should be possibly goal number 1. Like, and I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's true, but I just think that even with the 5 goals and the 3 underneath, the 15 priorities, I still think it's too much. And I'm questioning if we shouldn't triage them as like, these are the fundamental things that have to be dealt with, both with time and budget. And then once we accomplish those well, we can move on to some of these discretionary and future-oriented efforts.
So it's not
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get clarification from myself. So it's not necessarily the goals, it's the priority that we have them in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I
Like,
think
we've been focusing on strategic goal number 1. We've been hammering in on that.
Speak into the microphone. Wait on the sign.
Broke my own rule. Sorry. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding. So we have the 5 goals, and we have been hammering in on goal number 1. What you're saying is, but we've been speaking that goal number 4 is our goal number 1.
Can I jump in? I just want to jump in here because
I'm just trying to
I understand what you're saying, but these bleed into each other so much. I know you see that.
Of course.
You know, being able to have this number 1, you have to have number 4, and so there's so much.
Yeah,
intertwined.
It's the
that-
same thing as like being able to pay for AC after you have power, right?
Yeah.
Like, but to me, like making sure that we're all clear on what those like fundamental objectives are, so that we don't get distracted by all the possibilities of what we could accomplish. And I guess my other question would be like, based on y'all's knowledge of what we've done well in the past, like, are there aspects of these goals where we're already crushing it? Like, this doesn't take up a lot of resources. It doesn't take up a lot of time, right?
Yeah. So, number 1, the reason there are 3 in each bucket is to allow you to tell me what the priorities are. The second thing is I wouldn't have put them as problem of practices if I didn't think there was strong data to support why this would be a potential area of focus. With specificity as, yes, for an example, we're doing a much better job on our graduation rate. However, when you unpack that, there are still student groups or subgroups that we're not meeting. Those 3 and those 3 buckets, I'll just use as an example. I mean, we would be working on these things consistently because that's the business that we're in, right? It's not that we're not going to focus on, if you tell me, don't focus on the graduation rate because we're going to go do this, we're still working on the graduation rate, right?
Totally. I mean, I guess for me, as one example, focusing on prioritizing early childhood education as a means of combating low graduation rate, right? They're connected, but do we agree on their priority order? And maybe I'm coming into this with the false assumption that like we don't have the resources and the time to do all of these things well. Is that not true? Do we think we can get all of these things done with our time and resources, money?
It's confusing me, I guess, because I'm looking at it as these are our goals, but it's not necessarily saying goal number one is what we're going to do first. It's just that we're doing all 5 goals more or less simultaneously.
Yep.
It's just what, correct me, I could be wrong.
Sure.
You're just wanting to know under these goals which is priority.
Correct.
But we're still doing all 5 simultaneously.
Yeah, I mean,
Because it goes back to what Cindy was saying is they all kind of bleed into each other.
absolutely. They're all intertwined, right? So if we don't have a high quality teacher in the classroom
That comes to work.
that comes to work, and if we have kids that aren't there when the teacher is there,
Graduation rate.
or
Then the
there you go,
graduation
and
rate.
right, they're all, it's all interconnected. But as far as narrowing this down to, okay, this is what we're going to gang up on together. This is what we, all of us, this is our number one priority. Like, obviously, if I put AI there, like, can we scratch that off the list right now? Is that more important than the other 2? But I'm putting that in there because that's something that we're going to deal with or are dealing with. But if I set it in a priority bucket area in goal 3, I think it would be hard to argue that we don't want to establish competitive teacher salaries. I would find that hard, maybe not, but I would find it hard to believe that we all wouldn't agree in that bucket. That's a priority. And I think, from my standpoint, if I look at goal 3, I would also say, yes, teacher compensation, because they're the ones that have the most direct impact. But we can't do that in a vacuum without thinking about classified, because they help run the system to be able to do that. And we're behind in hourly wages for those employees as well, and to be competitive. So I guess that's what I'm looking for, because my thinking was, if I didn't come to you with something, then we could have sat here for 6 hours to try to figure out what are we going to focus on. And I was just trying to present, hey, here's our lens right now to just start the conversation to help us narrow it to say, okay, we could come out of here today going, as a team, here's the priority in bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3, bucket 4. 1 priority, even though they're all intertwined. And I would say, even though that's the work we're going to do, doesn't necessarily mean that I'll still continue doing that work with our team on the other areas.
Can I reframe your question to say, of all these, where do we get the biggest bang for the buck? Is the biggest bang for the buck paying the teachers more money? Would that get us more of this intertwined thing? Where is the biggest bang for the buck on this page? Is that a better?
I think that's also a great way of looking at it. Like, where do you get the most leverage, right? If you prioritize what's the first right thing to do, right? That will give you this biggest return for kids.
I think if you look at our stakeholders and they look at the district goals, I think they want to see that we're setting these goals. Why would y'all not be interested in a rigorous, innovative? Don't you have a goal about something about learning? Well, we decided that we didn't have the budget to do that. I think they want to see goals, and we know that you set goals. You don't always meet the goals. You may have to have that same goal continue next year. But I think that for me, let me just say this for me, we have to set goals that we know are important for the district and for our students and the teachers. And then we have to, then when we get down into the actions underneath that, that's where we can hit some nitty gritty, where something might get more emphasis, budget, whatever.
I get both of them, and let me make sure I'm including it all in my mind, so when I won't get confused. We have the 5 goals. We're gonna work on all 5 goals. We know you're wanting to know what's the top 3 under each goal. Then we also want to know which one is going to be the best bang for the buck to start on first.
Yeah, that's my opinion, is that
Okay,
like
I get it.
in strategic planning, you set like the first domino,
I get it.
right, that's most important. Recognizing that we're going to have all 5 areas, but go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
So these sound familiar. These are familiar, right?
Mhm.
These 5 strategic goals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Just want to
Yeah.
make sure I was, okay.
Yeah, that's
So
not-
how long have we had these 5?
2002, 2003
2000.
is where we
22, or did you say 2?
22.
22, 23. When I arrived, these were the themes after listening, looking at data that the community, the employees were saying, these are organizational pain points that need to be addressed. So you take the themes, you turn them into goals, and that's where we are, is like now we're prioritizing, and Ms. McLean brought up a good point. Once we identify the priority, then that's where our team comes in to talk about what are the 5 strategies under combating 3rd grade that we're going to implement, we're going to monitor, and we're going to measure to see if we're making progress or not. And that would be now we're getting into metrics of how are we going to gauge our success on whatever the priority is.
Okay. So of these 5, which one of the 5 have we made the biggest gains in?
Well, to me, that would, I guess you'd have to define the biggest gains. That we'd have to define that. Define what the biggest gains mean. So
We either
think,
met or achieved, we either met, exceeded, or didn't meet.
right. And so part of my response to that would be that like in school accountability, all that's changed from 2020, 2022 to where we are today. So for an example, last year when the state came out with, hey, here's how letter grades are calculated for schools. Our job, my job, is to now start aligning the school district to how those metrics are calculated and how we're going to improve them as we go forward. So we've just seen in one short year that we're making gains in ELA, in math, and in science, as well as in 3rd grade. We've been making some gains as it relates to the graduation rate. We've made gains in improving attendance. So I think it would be how collectively we look at what specifically metric are we looking at, because now that we've got these 5, and that's where I'm trying to narrow our focus strategically into realigning and resetting the district to priorities and metrics, how we're going to measure that.
Can I jump in? Because I don't know if it's clear that these particular things right here have
Oh, I'm not-
changed
Okay,
over.
let me go to that page.
Okay, because this part right here, the goals have stayed the same, but the thing underneath have changed as we've accomplished things, because we have accomplished a whole lot that is not reflected here.
And that's why I was asking, of
Yeah.
these goals, which ones have we accomplished the most in? And can we draw it back to that particular goal? And what we done, or what we did under that particular thing?
And I think to add to Mr. Taylor, when you look at, you say 2022, we're talking 4 years. If we look at the accomplishments, or if we haven't reached them, to me would be the starting point today. What have we achieved since that time that would help us understand where we are to know where we're trying to get to in each one of those goals? Because when you look at 22 to when they were presented, and then you can see some of the, I was trying to read it fast, the growth and all of those things. And when you think of goals, my mind immediately went to that SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time sensitive. But I really think we, just me, need to look and see what have we done under rigorous, relevant, innovation. What is our success there? And then that's where we start today, because to me, it's no sense in going back if we've already achieved got some ground traction, I guess I would say. And where we start today under the 5, as to where we are today under the 5, because as Mr. Taylor was saying, and what you were saying in the little cartoon picture, we may have some massive growth in this one, but we may need to be growing more here, because when I listen to Dr. Paluski, you say it a lot, need to do better job at. And that would be an area I start with. What is that better job?
And so
We
I
have
thought that these
documents.
were, I'm sorry. I thought these were new. They're new.
So these are new?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
I was like, wait a minute.
So this is not
these-
from 2022.
Yes.
No,
With
that's-
new initiatives within
Not
the goal.
not the strategic
Right.
goals.
But are we
These
talking?
are the same. These
Yeah.
are not the same.
I understand, but
Problems
if
of-
those strategic goals are the same,
The
are they
title
the right
is-
strategic goals we should have?
Do you have a
Yeah.
suggestion for another? I mean, I think
No,
we
I
would be
don't have a
open for,
suggestion right
it. I'm sure Dr. Paluski
The
would be
goals
open
are
for
the
going.
same.
That's why I wanted to know.
Yeah.
The goals
which-
are the same. What we're doing under it has changed. Like if I could be wrong, like combat third grade retention, that's a new goal because that's a new requirement.
From the learn that.
Right.
Because it learns it. Last year when before you guys, when we did it, that wasn't one of the strategic learning goals. If
But I'm not
making
talking
sense.
about those. I'm talking about the
The
strategic
actual goals
goals.
themselves.
The goal, right?
The actual
Can
goal.
you say these are the right ones, and what have we accomplished under these?
We have
Are we just doing the same thing we did back in 2022?
We have documents that are presented at every board, excuse me, every board meeting. We have our employees come and present to the board, and they've shown us all kinds of data throughout the year. And those things were listed under the goals. When we looked at an evaluation on you, you had all of the documents that showed all of the data, the growth, or if there wasn't growth, on all different kinds of areas, everything in this district, and it's been presented to us all year, and all those documents are still available. They're on the website because they're included in our agendas.
You're correct. However, our grade doesn't look like it's working.
Okay. Can I
We-
just jump
we-
in and say some of the things like in the rigorous, relevant learning, we've gone through the process of getting all new curriculum and aligning it all through the district, which has taken a lot of time. And the impact of that isn't going to be immediate. And then they change things in the meantime. So it may be a little too soon to decide that that's not a good goal because of, does that make sense? What has
I
happened?
don't know, Dr. P, is that true?
I mean,
Well, I think of if you want me to go back and just make a bulleted list of everything that we've accomplished in each one of these buckets, I'm happy to do that. Because, like, for an example, I could say the Academies of Central Arkansas. That wasn't here in 2020. We've implemented a 9th grade academy. We just went to celebrate yesterday the academies of Central Arkansas. Now, every kid, I'm just using this as an example, every child in the high school has to pick an area, a career focus. We now have kids that are in more internships. We have more kids that are taking advanced placement. We now have we have more kids taking concurrently enrolled courses in college. We're now setting it that a child can earn a high school diploma and an associate's degree at the same time. I mean, I could go on and on. 7th Street Elementary School, there's another example. When I got here, that was the lowest performing school in this district 12 years prior to me becoming the superintendent. We've restructured that. We named the school. That is now no longer the lowest performing school district in this school district. Like, I can go on and on about very specific examples. Safety and security. This place was a mess in 2020. Somebody was going to get hurt in 2020 if we didn't restructure safety and security. Thank God for Chief Finks. We've done so much in that area. Thank God we don't have a school shooting. I mean, what an achievement. We have an armed officer at every single one of our campuses, thanks to the school board that said we're going to invest $1 million to make sure that every campus is safe. It's very rarely you're going to find an armed security officer at every elementary school in a school district.
Can I bring up one thing that may be it's a beauty and maybe a little bit of a hindrance, especially for new people? When you look at the 5 goals, this is a third party looking at it, and I've looked at it less than you all have, even as a new board member. I haven't spent much time on this. I think the beauty of the way that the wording is put for each strategic goal, what's good about that wording is that it is an overarching area to say that's a good way to attack achievement, rigorous, relevance, innovation. What it doesn't do is, and that's where he's trying to come up with these strategic targets, but a lot of times when districts do strategic goals, they'll say, we want every kid to be reading at grade level, or we want to come up with a specific target, and that's their strategic goal, okay? So what you guys are doing, which in some ways I think might even be a little more advanced, but it causes a challenge for you as board members, is that your problems of practice, which is what he calls it, evolves. So each year, he's bringing forward something that says, we've got to adjust. The state the realities of the 3rd grade retention, it's here. We've got to track this differently and better. Maximizing bell-to-bell engagement, that's like one that fits very well into the big goal, because it's hard to get to all the time, and you're not good at it, is probably what you'd say. Well, not as good as what you want to be.
Well, I would just think about when you and I walked the middle school together.
Yeah.
And equally about, we've got to do a better job engaging kids from bell to bell. And that's where the rigor comes in. That's because those kids are going to be tested on those grade level standards. They've got to be more active in their learning, not passive in their learning. What we call tier 1 instruction, we've got to do a better job at. Whether it's Arch Ford that come in, whether the State Department has come in, whether a third party's come in, everybody's at tier 1, and then you unpack that, it gets to student engagement. That's every classroom in this entire school district every single day. That's going to have a huge, wide impact, circumference around improving instruction. I just use that as an example.
Well, it sounds to me, too, like we're in a long-term construction project with kids and parents. And so with the construction project, you lay the foundation. These are things that need to change. These are need to adjust. But it takes time to see the results of the adjustments. And it's simplistic, and simplistic of an analogy as it is. It's like planting a garden. You're not going to get fruit immediately. You've got to let this grow, and you've got to let it gel. And unfortunately, you may not know the result of that goal, in particular in this world, for a while to see if this is working. And the only way to do that is to do those metrics, do those tests, and then, okay, we need to adjust again. I would love for it all to get done. Hey, we changed X. Boom, this just happened. But I don't think that's a realistic situation in this business. I really don't. That's my opinion.
I agree.
And
So-
the testing changed.
And
It's
will
like
change
the
again.
blueprint. When
As long as the
these
government's going to
goals-
stick their finger in it, that testing's going to change again.
when these goals were first established, testing changed. And that is what's affecting our letter grade. Because we went right in the middle of doing one thing, thinking we were achieving, to something else midstream. And then, not to keep throwing stuff back to COVID, but then with COVID, all that played a factor in not in the letter grade where we are. I look at the letter grade not as in what it is bad, but it's a starting point. Because this was the first year that the district got a letter grade. We weren't graded by district, we were graded by school.
It's like the new chalk line got set, right?
And so it's like, okay, I don't like our baseline of how we starting, but we know where we're starting. And the only thing we can do, that's where my optimistic come, is to move forward, to go forward.
And maybe one thing I might suggest, Dr. Paluski, I know you had mentioned earlier, like bulleting out all the accomplishments. I don't necessarily think that would be helpful, but going from a strengths-based perspective to say, okay, here are our 5 goal areas, here are the strengths historically that we've had in these areas, that would be helpful for us. Because I hear you that the subcategories are problems of practice, but how I experience that is more change. Like, oh, we're just going to keep going after these new issues that come up. And I'm wondering, well, what is our foundation? Where are we within the construction project, right? What have we accomplished to date in these 5 areas?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Right. That makes sense.
Okay. So, all right. So, strategic goal 1 stays as it is, right? Okay. Let's say it stays as it is. The 3 below, you're saying these are the 3 that he brought to us today.
Correct.
Okay. So, what about? And you mentioned tier 1
Instruction.
Okay. What about, or where would extended learning fall, or is it even being considered in these 3?
Right. Now you're getting into the strategic planning process.
Okay. Now,
Right?
is it good or bad? Now, am I doing good or am I doing bad?
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
I'm going to help make the connection.
All right.
You're doing
Okay.
great, Mr.
All right.
Taylor.
Okay.
You're doing great.
All right.
Now, what you're talking about are strategies.
Okay.
What strategies are we going to put in place to improve X?
Okay.
And one of the things that we could say is, hey, one strategy is implementing I know you're big on after-school programs as well as I am, an after-school program at every single one of our campuses. That is a strategy to help with, A, students that need more help and instruction. So if little Greg needs additional time for reading, it's there. But it's also there for Henry, who needs to accelerate. He needs that enrichment opportunity. Right. That's going to help grade 3. That's going to help the graduation rate. That's going to help bell-to-bell instruction. Probably going to help attendance.
Okay, but let me jump in now. As a board member, your role of looking at whatever recommendation may come towards that is, okay, what other districts are doing this and what's their success rate?
Right.
That look just like us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how much is this going to cost us? And if we bring this in, do we have that resource right now, or do we need to tighten our belt somewhere else to make it happen? Mm-hmm. So that's what the board brings in terms of governance. He's saying, okay, and what you brought up of how are we going to attack, because it said 3rd grade retention. You could say that could be a whole pre-K through 3, and what about after-school programs? Okay, well, he should be coming forward if there's a recommendation for after-school programs. Sounds like you believe in it. Then as board members, you don't have to say yes to it yet, but you need to be able to have that lens to ask the specific specific types of questions that lend itself to sound decision-making so that, yes, we are going forward with this.
Yeah, and I think it's a great connection to say, okay, in grade 3, we know if we put an after-school program at every single one of our elementary schools, what we call extended day, and we have a summer school program at every single one of our elementary schools, will that strategy help improve that area of focus? Then what we should do is look at what metrics are we going to look at to determine if we're getting better at fewer kids going into 3rd grade that are not at risk of retention. And then then you start back mapping strategies into pre-K and the number of seats and families and single family homes and supporting literacy programs. And that's where you get into the strategy. I think that's what Mr. Poor is saying too, is if we all agreed that if that's a priority to combat 3rd grade, and we all believe that the strategy of an after-school program in every elementary school will help improve the early learning and school readiness, then how do we fund it if that's the priority?
Okay.
Which is my earlier question of like with the 5 sequenced the way that they are. I mean, maybe I just make my suggestion that goal 4 be goal 1. That you have to start with high quality teachers, leaders, and staff, else none of the rest gets accomplished. And so like the very first initiative being, recruiting like improving the quality of the educators that we have because they're the ones that are doing the teaching.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter if you put 1 or 5 or 4. I mean,
Okay.
that's up to you. My professional opinion as a practitioner is the reason it's 1, in my professional opinion, would be we're a school district and we are student-centered and student-focused. So that what we're about is teaching and learning children. Now, there's all the things that have to take place to educate children. Need teachers, need facilities, need all these things.
Yeah, like
but it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to debate if you want goal 1 to be 4 and you want 2 to be 5 or you want 3 to be 5. That's up to you all.
I don't need the others to switch. And maybe this is one of those like mission driven things, but I do feel strongly that the prioritization of our time and our resources matter, and that the quality of the teacher is the most important thing that drives educational outcomes. And so it should be our first goal.
I don't disagree because they're the only one that has the most direct impact on improving teaching and learning.
So
I don't.
Can I bring up the governance part again now?
Sure.
So the governance part of that is that if you go down that route and you say, hey, we're going to honor our teachers, that's going to be our target this year. I mean, throughout this year, this is what we're working on so that when the budget comes into place, we're ready to go. Well, guess what? There's some hard choices because you have these realities. You have a loss of student enrollment.
Right.
That's, already started to happen over a span of time. You're probably going to lose some more this year. And then you have other priority needs, and then you may end up having to make some decisions. And I don't mean to bring up a wound here, but like you all had in front of you outsourcing custodian, okay? So, you may end up still not wanting it, but when that comes back to you, that's his responsibility as a superintendent to bring something like that forward to say, here's a way we can save ourselves $1 million or $1.5 million to then go towards the salaries. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But it also, let's say that you do elevate that up and you put it on number 1, your staff's going to be paying attention to it.
Yeah.
But then guess what? The other thing about that is I'd also use it as a leverage point, consistent communication here and superintendent with the staff to say, okay, we're going to be about you, and I know you're not going to believe us till we get there, but we need you all to step up. We need you to go be what you got to be. We cannot have staff missing school Friday and Monday over and over and over on a regular basis. We need you to be invested in, And if we don't see that, and he says, okay, this person is abusing his sick leave or is abusing whatever, and he comes as a termination, you all need to support that.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Can I ask a question too? When we look at goals and we look at how things are done, do we ever look at other school districts and see what worked for them and what what took place, okay, this is something they did, and it was, do we take those ideas?
Yeah, I mean, you'll see in those problem of practice, there's a lot of research that's in there as well. And we always look to what's best practice and what are other school districts doing, how are they.
Who do you compare to, Greg, like, for districts that look like North Little Rock?
Probably
Did you say-
Jonesboro is probably, in the state, Jonesboro is probably the closest.
isn't
And demographic.
What about going out of state, because you probably want to do that too?
Yeah, I look everywhere. I mean, I look at.
Then you get into a different set of rules in different states too.
Yeah,
So those
the
priorities can.
School Board Association had given me the comparison of Jacksonville and Fayetteville for demographics and size. And so
Jacksonville? Really?
Jacksonville and Fayetteville were the suggestions from the School Board Association. Yeah.
One's
Well, just
smaller,
whenever,
one's larger than-
but when looking at policy comparisons, because what you'd suggested earlier, like, hey, what happens in other districts? Like, those were the two that they had suggested. So, I mean, I'm sure there are others, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
So it sounds to me it's not the goals itself. It's the number of the goals.
Yeah, I think it's both, but I think you got to start with the emphasis.
Priority.
Yeah, the
But-
priority.
But just in fairness, that's exactly what we were headed towards, focusing on the money for the teachers when the board flipped over. And then everything kind of came to a halt, which is understandable because there's a huge learning curve. So, my point is, we are able to do multiple goals at one time with an emphasis on a certain thing. Because we honestly had intended to increase teacher salaries this coming school year, but it's been kicked down the road at least for another year. It's not possible to do it for this next school year. We will have to come to some agreements on what we're willing to look at and what we're willing to do to make that happen.
And the other thing you all need to get, and that Brian and Greg and the Beardsley Group can provide, is also like, where your assessed values are, what's gonna be the new money that's gonna come in based on just new businesses that are coming in the region, property increase there, because that's your, kind of your counter. And then there's gonna be some new things developed in this state, because it's, next year's a legislative season.
Right.
It is where everybody makes their own, this is an education type thing, everything starts to get discussed. That could be positive, maybe it'll be negative, I don't know. It could well be positive. The state is gonna ask for a waiver on SPED. That could create some opportunity for some new resources to support some of your learners that are struggling, because our state's gonna get money. They're gonna get money.
Yeah.
You just know it because of who the president is and who Sarah Sanders is. We're gonna get some money out of that waiver thing. It may not make sense initially, but there's a possibility it could be used to an advantage.
Sure.
I think one of the things, I understand it takes time. I'm listening to us, but I think, and it's probably the blue. When I think about time, and I know we got to get here, and time, I still always cannot get out of my head the children that are still being left while we're getting to a certain point, because they're not there. So, I mean, I'm listening and, but I have to say that is a massive struggle. And that, like you said, that blue, when I look at that, you like, okay, we're working in a time frame on, what is this, the rigor is, come back in third grade. But I always said this thing, kids get one shot. That kindergarten got one shot at being a kindergartner. That first grader got that one shot, and if they're not there at the time, we're taking time, they could still be left. And that pulls, and I know things can't, like you said, do like that.
Yeah.
But I do be looking for, like, I love the after school, the extended, because while we're taking time to get somewhere, that's still a child sitting there that needs it right now. And that is what, when I really look at, the children,
And
will
you
be
know
left
this
behind.
as an educator, but I will counter just a tad and just say, I like that whole concept, but the one thing that can become is a crutch for some staff members' mind to say, oh, well, that's where they're gonna get saved. And the reality is, what happens bell to bell during the day with what we call Tier 1 instruction is the most critical aspect of a kid's education. So don't ever lose sight of that.
With a high-quality teacher.
High-quality teacher,
High-quality leader.
high-quality leader, curriculum that's good, that is your biggest bang for your buck. And there are studies, to your point, though, about teachers, because that fits into this conversation, that a great teacher moves achievement more than any other thing.
Right.
It can be a screwed-up school, but a great teacher
Yeah,
will move
it's
the
all
kids. You know, and we've all experienced that in our own lives with our own children ourselves.
That's true.
But, you know, we've got to get to the place where all those teachers are at that level. And what does that mean for principals? So that's the complexity of this, why it takes longer.
Can you just quickly define what we define as high quality teacher and high quality leader? I just want to see, we say it a lot, but what defines that in North Little Rock School District? Because I mean, we say if they have this,
That's a good question.
if they get this, what defines that?
Sure. So I'll go back I'll start with the teacher. So that is outlined and framed in what we call the teacher evaluation system. Education would be the Danielson model. So there's 4 domains that a teacher is rated on. That is everything from professionalism to instruction to having a safe, supportive learning environment, right? All that's research-based. I can give you all that if you want me to go into more detail. The other side, on the leader side, is leads, and that's outlined in the domains that each leader, how they're measured based upon their performance of their ability to be instructional leader. So for them to create the safe and healthy environment, right? For them to be able to look at their data, pinpoint where the needs are, disaggregate that by a student group, move resources accordingly, coach teachers. So it is all defined. It's all research-based, and it is all defined. I mean, I could go into it in more detail. I can send it to you if you want to look at each one of those domains. But it is defined. And at the end of the day, which is back to this whole thing, that is the only individual that holds all the cards of what they do in those 4 walls every single day from the beginning to the end. Because here's the thing. There's a lot of things that we can't control. We can't control what happens outside. I can't control if a child is in poverty. But what we can control is what we do with kids every single day. Then it's what the leader does with the individuals that they're responsible for and their influence on them to improve in the classroom.
So what percentage would you say North Little Rock is of high-quality teachers and high-quality leaders at this point now?
Sure. Well, right now I would look, well, it's going to be interesting. We're going to get this data. The thing that we're focused on right now is we'll come back because we're not going to be able to get into it today, but the value-added model. So the way that the state is looking at the merit pay is they're looking at if Greg the teacher has an 80 VAM score, that's telling me that I'm moving a whole group of kids on grade level, that if it's above 80, you're going into 90, you're seeing more achievement happen in the classroom. And that's been a shift within the LEARNS Act of looking at growth. And so that data should be coming here shortly. I'm hoping it'll be, last year it was in December. But when Arch Ford came in to support us, they said, wow, you've got a lot of positive things going on here. And we have what I would call pockets of greatness in every single one of our schools. So if I showed you the VAM scores of over more than half of our teachers that show growth in that area, it can't be in isolation. We can't have 3 teachers in a school that have high VAM. Everybody's got to have a high VAM score. That's what we look at on the effect. It's one indicator that we look at on the effectiveness as a teacher is, are you growing your kids? Are your kids moving from where they are to where they're going to be? And I think you saw that in the last data presentation we showed on the summative data, where you saw a lot of green on there. And that's showing that the alignment is getting tighter to what teachers are teaching, to what is being assessed, and kids being engaged in that process. That's what we should see when those things start to align each other.
You saying VAM score?
Yes, it's called value added
So if we have a percentage of our teachers are high quality, do we sprinkle them throughout our schools to ensure a balance of high quality teachers all over the district so we can start seeing this rigorous, relevant goal one? I'm just asking. I'm trying to think about, are they all in one place?
They're all over. They're all over the district, and I think this is where we get into, and this is one of the things we presented to the state is how do we look at if you're a high performing teacher at X school and maybe this other school is underperforming, how could we attract Crystal Barker at X school to go to that school? Should we give you an incentive to do that? And that was one of the things we talked about as well, which is why we kept coming with solutions to find money to incentivize teachers to want to do that. Now, could I transfer a teacher over there? Do I have the power of assignment? Absolutely. But my experience tells me if I force you to go there, more likely than not, you're probably going to leave.
So
and I don't want you to leave.
Could we hire teachers to teach and you place them where they're needed, or do they have to be hired to a specific location? If you say I'm hiring you to teach in North Little Rock, and that VAM school, whatever, that VAM school, and we say, hey, Mr. Newsom would be very effective over here where we know we have low performance. Can we at that point place them there or no?
Well, that goes back to, I could transfer anybody at any time. But my experience tells me I could have a conversation.
You don't even have to transfer them. You're just
I know what
placing them
you're
where the
saying.
need is.
I know what she's saying, but what it is the principals do the hiring.
I'm just trying to
No,
get to
I know what you're saying.
understand
The principals
how we
do the
can-
hiring. It's kind of like the security. Security is like that. When they get hired, but they don't necessarily know what school they're going to go to. When it comes
It's
to
more
the
of a
teachers,
centralized.
the principal hires them. And so,
And here's just to go along that way, what teacher or principals have the flexibility to do, and they do this all the time, is, hey, Crystal, you're a great 5th grade teacher. I need you in 3rd grade within my school. I need you in 3rd grade because you're so good at that, but I have such a high need. So they're doing that right now, as a matter of fact. They're moving staffing from within, or, hey, I need you over here that you're gonna be better here. You're gonna put better results for us. And that's just something organizationally that leaders do all the time about using their personnel to the best effective way that they can.
I'm going to jump in just for a sec because I know we're like 30 minutes till time, but Ms. McLean had mentioned earlier that like these strategy conversations, I think we're getting into that layer of like this is the strategic implementation of that goal, right? That we talk about these in our board meetings. I would like to propose that we indicate on our agenda items like which goal are we getting at? Because a lot of times when things come forward, we're like, where are we in the universe of school governance? And I think it would also help us to know, like, hey, we've spent a lot of time talking about, what's the one that talks about the buildings, safety, security? Yeah, like we spend a lot of time talking about the environment and help us better balance. Like, have we spoken about the other goal areas?
Yeah, I agree, and that's our next level of work is that, and that's exactly where we need to get to, is that everything that you see coming before you should be directly tied back to
a goal.
The goal
Yeah.
and the priority, which then gets to what Mr. Poore was and Mr. Taylor was saying is, then how as a board are we going to use the resources that we have, prioritize the resources, and put them towards X? So for an example, on our yellow sheets, we'll put on there in that summary, this pertains to goal 3 or goal 2 or goal 1.
I like that.
Yeah.
And it's a great suggestion. It's a great idea because, and that's another reason why we put that in front of you as well, is so we can get to coherence and alignment more deeply. And I think that's this discussion that we're having is we're really trying to get very, 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 very focused and aligned.
Right.
In everything that we do. So when there's a budget thing that comes forward to you, which goal was this tied to?
Right.
Like, how is this helping X?
I like that.
I think it
I do too. I like that.
Yeah.
Are our staff
Can I-
and employees aware of all the goals? Are they knowledgeable? I mean, back to the community side.
Well, I think that we've just redesigned our school improvement process, and I think that's where I want to get to, that if you said goal 1 to somebody in the school district, they'd be able to rattle it off, and goal 2 and goal 3. That's right. And that's where you really start to deepen this alignment that everybody everybody knows what goal 1 is. Everybody knows what goal 2
One
is.
band, one sound.
What? Reading from the same sheet of music.
That's right.
Can I say something else about the qualified teachers? Arkansas has a designation for certain teachers, that they are a quality teacher, and there's certain areas, and I'm on the website right now for DESA, and it has all the rules and regs about it, and which areas: elementary, English, language, arts, science, math, foreign language, social studies, music. And then we also have materials that are called high quality. What do we call it? There's an acronym for it.
HQIM, high quality instructional materials.
High quality instructional materials. I think I just jumbled that word, but anyway, so when schools, teachers, principals are ordering materials, they are supposed to be HQIM, so that those are regarded highly.
And approved by
I'm
the
gonna give
state.
another board thing here, okay? So we buy materials, and we buy support tools, or we get a tutoring, or we get after-school programs. Then what should happen is that there should be reports coming back from the superintendent. Some could be quarterly, some might be semester, but you should never be caught off guard that there should be things that are coming towards you that say, here's where we're going, here's the metrics that are showing that we're achieving this or we're not, that we're doing the work, okay, that we're having the impact.
And I would,
Well, before we go on to a different topic or whatever, one thing that we tend to do is leave the meeting and Dr. P still don't have no direction. Because we talk about good things, like we already know, yes, we're going to implement putting the goals in all that. But when it comes to the goals, are we giving him a charge? These are going to be the 5 goals, and these are the bullets under each one, so he will have some direction to where he's supposed to be going, if I'm making sense. Because we tend to, great discussion, great ideas, but we ain't giving him no direction.
I don't want to speak for everybody, but I thought we landed on, we want to know the success that we've had in each of the 5 areas so that we can see the strength, the foundation that we've built to be able to direct towards these problems.
I heard something similar: strengths in each target and challenges that are still there.
And then I personally propose that we switch and make, especially if we're going to have everybody, if we're going to try and make sure that this is aligned throughout all the buildings and everywhere, that we prioritize first the 4th goal to the first. But that may just be me. I think it matters, the order in which you speak about things. So that's why I bring it up, that high quality teachers, leaders, and staff should be our first goal instead of our 4th.
One of the things that I enjoy most about our board meetings is all of the reports that we get from all our different departments and different personnel that are usually very data-driven. And I love the idea of attaching that goal to what the presentation is, because you can go back and look through all of our agendas and you can come up with data that they have presented to us on all these various things. So I think I love that idea. On the
You also can, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you also then, with that data, that's your tool to evaluate him.
Yes.
Right.
Okay? So
Yes.
that's your other thing that comes with that.
the, before I forget, now, traditionally, how I've worked with creating strategic plans and then driving this, one effective approach that I've used is to create project management teams around, integrated teams around each strategic plan goal, what I would refer to as Viper teams. And each Viper team is made up of a cross-section of employees within the school district relative to each one of these areas. And that team's charge is to come up with the research-based strategies on how we're going to move that particular initiative and what are the metrics that we're going to use to determine if we're making progress or not. Through that process, what happens is each Viper team ends up coming in front of the school board to present, here's our priority, here's our goal, here's our strategy, this is what we're monitoring, this is what we're seeing, or this is what we have to adjust, or this is the budget resource that we need. That's pretty powerful when you put an integrated team together that's working cross-functionally on the priorities that you've set and the initiatives and specifically the strategies that we're going to implement to move the indicator.
Have we done that before?
Mm-hmm.
So can we as new board members see what the last one was?
Oh, here I haven't implemented that at this level.
Oh, okay.
We've done Tiger teams. That was a little bit different of a cross-functional team that we've done that we create. Crystal was here for that, and we did Tiger teams as it related to when we were seeing significant spikes in fighting. We put two cross-functional teams, what I called Tiger teams, together.
Yeah.
One was at the high school and one was at the middle school. But I haven't done it here at this level. That's the next place that I want to go.
Okay.
Is to put those teams together, and that would be great. I would love when we get that set up, if you want me to do that, and then have you be a part of observing those teams, observing the dialogue, observing the conversation about the research-based strategy in order to improve that particular problem of practice.
Can I jump in on this too? And I don't mean to put words in your mouth, and if I am, please call me out on that. But what I hear you saying is when you got here, there were a lot of things that were just not acceptable as far as how the schools are being run, the safety of the schools, these other things. So you had some major fires to put out and work on and deal with.
Yes, sir.
And with that said, these were priorities too. But now that some of the weeds are out, now we're working on this, and this is what you see as the major things that we need to work on as a board and as, you know, and I don't care if 4 is 1 and 1, it doesn't matter to me. But if these are the things we need to work on as far as direction for me, and these are the problems, go work on them. And how we need to do that,
I think
we can
that's,
figure it out.
Mr. Newsom, I think, and some senior board members could tell you probably better than I could, but it was a challenge when I walked in the door. COVID, that was a challenge.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, safety was a challenge. I mean, there was so much that needed to be fixed, and still needs to be fixed. But we've come a long way. But yes, and so this is where I've been trying to get to. But to your point, there's some things that I'm trying to get here, but now this gets put in front of me that I have to deal with it right now, like safety. Like that was a huge priority to fix that, to get it moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and I'm not getting your back one way or the other. I mean, I'm saying having the experience in dealing with things like that. If you have a problem, that takes up all your resources and time to deal with it, as opposed to dealing with things that you really want to deal with. And that's where we're getting to now. That's what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my look at on this as a new board.
Can I offer a suggestion, just because I know we're at that 20-minute time period now, so here's a thought. What if, and you may say, again, this
might be the last time.
I know you're going to laugh. What if Dr. Pawlowski came back at your board meeting? Do you have a board meeting in July?
We got one on Thursday.
Well, Thursday's probably too quick for him to turn around, but in July he comes back, and you know what you see in terms of the 5 goals. Goal number 4 maybe gets moved to 1. Then you have everything else is more or less staying the same. But you as a board, it's you now, and you all endorse that and say, "Amen." Okay, and so there is a vote, but as a part of the board packet leading into it, there are some things that get outlined within each of those goals to say, here's some real strengths that we have in this target that are foundational systems approaches that are making an impact on real relevant learning, student achievement. Here's what's having a real impact. Here are some of the leftover challenges. You know, and so he puts those two things together as a part of the packet. It's not, it's just information. Okay, it's not really necessarily to be picked apart. It's just, here's where he's at, where he thinks. But in the meantime, when you get to the board meeting in July, now you've all said amen to this, okay? And then you're going to say, in October, we're going to get our first chance to have a quarterly assessment of where we're at on what we're doing. And he may come before then with some things that he needs to have, especially within the budget process, you know, saying, here's some new things we need to do differently. He's going to bring that to you and say, here's the goal that it ties to. Are we kind of in a place where everybody, it seems like that's what I'm hearing you all say. It feels like we got some consensus here.
Yep, works.
Okay, you good, Greg? Yes, sir. Okay, so if I can, then, okay, so the activity, the dysfunctions of a team. Anybody want to take a stab at how y'all did?
You got charted?
Well, I don't know how to. I thought about it, but I don't know how to chart it. Maybe you're going to take it. I'm just going to talk about it right now. And so, every single category, you're low. Okay. Now, a part of that is because you're typically people, when you have the chance on something like this, you're a little more critical of yourself in this kind of a document. That's okay, because it's real, okay? And the other thing is that it's the first time you did it.
You need you to speak into the mic.
This is the first time that you have done this particular type of a survey, and it's a baseline. But let me just go through the category. Trust, okay? That score was in the 2s, 2.733. I don't know if anybody has their tool in front of them, but basically it's saying that need to work on openness, and we also need to be more clear on where we need help. I'm taking this from the tool. It's not me. It's just what the document says. Under conflict, you scored a little higher. It was 3.0, and in fact, it was the highest out of all the categories. And basically, when you have still in a low score, it's saying there's a challenge to discuss tough stuff. But think about what you just did, okay? There was some really good discussion here today. This was really positive, especially this last hour, where you discussed some stuff that's tough, things to disagree on. This is a good starting point. It's really good. Commitment, also low, was 2.936, and that's saying that buy-in isn't where it needs to be, and there's second guessing that you're worried about occurring with some of your colleagues. Okay? Next is accountability. Again, low category. It was the lowest of all, 2.69, and that's just about being really intentional with each other and with your superintendent to make sure you have metrics that are holding people accountable. That's how I view this based on this tool. Last results, also low, 2.87, and it said that the biggest thing to deal with that is team goals, which you just worked on for the last hour. So I'm going to give this to Greg so that he has it in terms of, or Dr. Redis, okay? And all the sheets that you all handed me, so I don't want to own those. I don't think anybody had their name on it, so.
I think my name's on
Is it? Okay. We can figure out how to.
It'll be the only one. That's going to be easy.
Okay. There's a shredder down
I want
the
to-
hall.
We could just shred it, but
Yeah.
especially because you got the totals, and
All I need is the
everybody's
totals and I shred the rest.
every person's score is listed, but not by a name the way I did it here. So
That's
I'll
all I
just give
want.
you this, and then we
And
can
we'll
get rid of
shred the
that.
rest.
Okay. So.
And then I want to know who Henry is.
Okay.
Too late.
But if this survey is meaningless
if you don't come back to it.
I was gonna say, when do we do it?
Right.
Okay.
When do we do it again?
We gotta do it again, and it's either quarterly or mid-year probably, would be my suggestion. Okay, I'm gonna end my part and then let you all wrap up how you want. What would you have liked to seen done differently today? What did work for you? What didn't work? Is there anything that you offer as suggestions so that I get better at supporting either you in the future or other boards? And I'm real open. If you ever watched the Little Rock School Board meeting, I'm real open to get criticized.
Well, the only thing I was really hoping we would leave out of here with rules of engagement or how we would interact, and I don't feel like we have accomplished that
You
today.
mentioned that, and you talked about how what was it you said? Because I wrote it in my notes, and I wanted to come back to that. How did you phrase that? That you had like the rules of engagement or something that everybody agreed on?
Yeah,
and
that
they
we would,
wobbled?
that we agree that we would behave in a certain fashion. You know, like if you're playing a game, these
Yeah,
are the
what
rules of the game.
What are the rules that you guys had previously?
Well, one of the main ones was abiding by the chain of command, and that when someone called us, and we talked about that a little bit, you know, we don't entertain all that and get into the weeds. We can tell them this is how you deal with that. You talk to this person, this
Yeah.
person, this person. If you get to the superintendent and the superintendent didn't help you, that's when you call me. You know, then I can call the then we'll get involved and that really helped because we had so many people going behind to board members that there was just always some kind of chaos going on, and that was really helpful. And then agreeing to the communication with the superintendent when we do something, notifying him so he's not blindsided, just like he notifies us.
Yeah.
That we're not blindsided. What else? That as board president, you don't speak for you get feedback from the whole board, and that was a big deal too because we had sometimes people acting independently.
And remembering that no matter what your position is, you are one voice of 7. And so you're not speaking for everybody.
And maybe, Mr. Porter, your question, like, because they have been on the board, there was an opportunity to learn from their experience today, but also for us to be able to provide new ideas, given that the public, maybe this is incorrect, but my perception is that the public is engaging us a lot. And so trying to navigate that based on both their experience, but also the kind of fresh eyes. I still feel like there's a gap between us, I guess, in what our best practices are or what our standards are for how we respond to emails and calls and questions.
And on both of these topics, the first one, I don't think I didn't capture, understand that need, so I didn't handle that well, flat out. The second one, I guarantee she brought that up. She brought that up several times to me, and so we didn't get there enough. I apologize of, the fresh eyes versus the experience, and we did some of that, but obviously not enough. So I apologize if we didn't get far enough on that.
If there are basically the ethics that we all agree upon with each other, what do we need to do there to agree upon it? Then what you say?
I mean,
We just didn't, as she said, we've never discussed it.
Right. I mean, before, as a board, we came together and agreed this is how we would function.
Okay, then how do we do
And
that?
we just have to,
Like we're
everybody has
doing.
to agree, but I don't know.
Because there's nothing you said to me that's out of line.
It's,
at all.
it's nothing in writing or a policy. It's just like I always, I say it all the time, to be able to agree to disagree. That's not a policy. It's just something that I desire for us as a board to be able to agree to disagree. We're not going to always agree on everything. Dr. P and I, we talk all the time, and there's things that's like, I don't like it. But I see a side, if it's going to help the children, and I move on. I put myself out there, just like with the custodians. Yes, we needed money, but I voted against it because I had my own reasons. But in hindsight, I kind of wish that I had of, because we may have some money for the teachers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To agree to disagree. We didn't get mad at each other because I voted no. We kept it pushing. We haven't had that feel since we got that award. And we're, as older board members, I think that's what we're trying to say, is we want that feeling back.
Well, how do we get, I mean, I'm
We're getting there.
yeah, I like that. I mean, I think that's decent. I mean, you know, I don't, we're, like you said, one voice of 7, and plus there are a lot of other things to consider. And the one thing that I've learned is, very quickly, no matter what you do or what you vote, somebody, quite often,
And it's
a lot
not
of
gonna
somebody's-
like it.
It's not gonna like it. There's a
Correct.
cause and effect to that.
Correct.
But I think putting it in those perspectives, if we understand that going into it, I think that's, I have no problem with any of this at all. I think that's a good thing.
You know,
So
something
do we
that-
just continue to work towards that, or do we all have?
Well, I would add one, that if we have an issue, I think, but because it needs to be addressed. If there's a problem on the board, we need to address it.
Agreed.
But I hate the idea of having to do it in public, because I just don't think that's the most productive. And Jay said we're able to talk to each other, so like Peter Principal, you go to the person, you know, and try to work it out with them. And if you can't, then maybe you involve somebody else before you ever take it up.
And take it up the chain, or make a thing,
yeah.
or just act like grown folks and
Yeah.
handle things in a mature.
Because I know what he's saying, but I'm like Cindy. My thing is, it's like I wouldn't chastise some. It's embarrassing to me to do that. I mean, we're all grown. We should be able to. Hey, Crystal, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. I want you to smile a different way. You know, it kind of bothered me. You know, whatever. And we don't take it personally, if that makes sense. We just want that feeling back. We missed it, and that's all that we're saying. We're not saying that it's not happening, that we're not on our way. We just wanted to put it out there that that's the way we've been feeling for a while, and we want to.
I think all of us have a heart for the school and the kids and the district. I think just for all of us, and I'm not speaking, but just for myself, it feels like we're all trying to do our best. Nobody, you know, it feels to me like we all have the best of intentions. That's what it feels like on this side. I mean, I may be wrong,
I
but
have
that's what it feels like.
heard Miss Norma Johnson, that's on the Little Rock School Board, at several different professional developments that we've done, and she has a saying, and I love it, and it's stay in your own lane. And I try to remind myself of that when I get a phone call or when I get an email from someone, that I need to stay in my lane, that I don't handle that. That is something that Dr. Pelusi's going to handle, the principal's going to handle, somebody else is going to handle that. And then also remembering that when they're given information about something that's happened with employees, I may be sitting up there at an employee hearing making a decision about this, and I need to know as little as possible so that I can be fair in listening to the information. And those two things, to me, bothered me in the beginning, and then I got more comfortable with it, that I'm not a paid employee of the district. There's people that are hired to handle these things, that deal with them day to day. So redirect people to something. Sometimes you can give them, they're just asking for general information, and you can do that. But that interaction with people, just remember that you're not speaking for the board when you are saying something. That's going to be your opinion, and it probably needs to be just redirected so that somebody that's in charge over that can comment on that.
And I want to add, because it's really hard when you don't know how messed up things were and how far we've come. We still have a long way to go. I told them, didn't I, before we hired you, I said, you sure you want this job? It's going to be eating an elephant. It's going to be bad.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's really hard to go back to all of that. But one of the things that I've really appreciated, because what we didn't have before was a superintendent that communicated the same information with the whole board. We had superintendents who'd tell this one this and this one that, or these two this, and this man has done a wonderful job making sure we all have the same information. And I just really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I also think that us being able to trust each other is very high on the list. We've got to trust each other. And when we do have disagreements, that we can agree to disagree and then get behind what the majority has said and go out in unity. Because if the public sees us all falling apart because we're upset about something that didn't go the way we wanted it to go, then that can cause the public to be upset. And that's not what we're trying to project.
No, that's when the drama starts and it gets even worse.
Yes.
And we definitely have had some disagreements.
And just real
It's
quickly,
okay.
just to echo what they were talking about, to understand, first of all, I get tired of being accused of drinking Dr. P's Kool-Aid and agreeing with everything, since I hired him. I didn't hire him. I was on the board, but I wasn't permitted to participate in the hiring of him because I was working. But that's neither here or there. But at any rate, like I told, mind me sharing what I told you when I first met you? I was a board member, so we had to meet and come together, and what I told him is, I can work with anybody. I'll trust you till I can't. And when I can't, I can be professional, but you will know I don't trust you. I haven't had a problem. Ever since he's come, I'm not ashamed to tell people that I'm on the North Florida School Board. Before he came, I would dodge people. I would not let anybody say that she's on the board because I knew nothing. Nobody shared anything. I had no clue what was going on. I just came to the meetings and went home. And all I knew was what was going on in the meeting. What was going on in the school, had no clue, zero. When he came, all of a sudden, we have a running joke about it, and I would tell people, if this man could tell us when he had to go to the bathroom, he'd send us a text and let us know that. I feel so comfortable being out in public and telling people that I'm on the board, because when they come to me, if they have something that I don't know about, I can ask, did you talk to the superintendent? Well, no, but that's why I don't know. Or if they come to me and say, I'm so sick of the air conditioner, I already know. I got a message about it. They're working on it. They're sending somebody. Just little things like that makes a difference. And we just want to make sure that all 7 of us get that camaraderie feeling, and that's it.
One moment. So in the book and in the table that we were looking at, we performed low in all the categories. So I think it's clear from my perspective that we acknowledge we have a problem, right? Because we don't trust each other. We can't handle conflict. We go down all the 5, right? And so maybe one suggestion is, as we move forward, we also make commitments to try to improve. Like, there are strategies in the 5 dysfunctions for how to improve trust. Because one thing that doesn't help, I know from my perspective, is we're in 2026. So like all the historical context, while relevant, it's a new board. Mm-hmm. And that fact was kind of ignored for 2 months from my perspective, where it was like, just fall in line. And we're forming a new team. And so as we try to form a new team, I just think that it might be helpful for us to look at some of the strategies to improve all of these dimensions. Because I do think we have a problem with our ability to collaborate at this point. And I don't know what to do about it, but I think we've got to own it first. And I also don't want to have public discussion. I mean, I know we're doing it right now, but in our typical Thursday nights of hey, here's why I think we are having trust issues. But I mean, we're not going to get anything accomplished, I guess,
Correct.
until we work through that, in my opinion. So,
I
agree.
And I
I
agree,
agree.
and I think it's
I
all
agree.
right there. But I agree with Ms. Scott. You know, I guess maybe this side, you know, it's only been March the 3rd. But the feeling that you received was you just supposed to get in line.
yeah.
And I'm not a get in line person. I'm going to understand and get in line, you know, but it was like, you know, you would gather and meet in some of those, like the way you may, the questions you may ask, it was like you were out of order if you asked that question when we were not appointed, we were elected. So we have a, you know, when I look at some of that, I agree, listening at that, you know, but it all starts with the person in the mirror. Because not all things are shown through words, some is shown through actions in our nonverbal conversations that people have made reference to even on Zoom meetings watching us, that they're seeing. So I think it is something that, and then you all, you know, like you say, been here, you got a plaque, all that's great. But it's a new team, you got some new team members. So the whole play in the game has to be looked at everybody, what everybody brings to the table. Because no one person carries it all. Like you said, we're 7, but we have to respect what each person feels. Just because I may see something this way, she see it that way, you see it that way, that doesn't mean there should be a divide. We should try to get to that common goal. At the end of the day, it's about the students. It's about the
That's what we want
students.
to do.
So, and when we sit here, I mean, if it's, I just tell you, if mine not student-centered, I probably will ask a lot of questions, but everything we should do should have some respect to it. You know, and we shouldn't have to feel like just because it was that way when we came on, it's still going to stay that way. Correct. And you all shouldn't feel that because we have a right to opinion as everybody else does, you know. But if we're on that common goal, though, you know, to me it's like somebody brought up sports. At the end of the game, we headed for one thing, and that's the touchdown, to score for our children. So, you know, I did. You know, you do feel, but I think we can get there because it starts, it's a choice. You know, because we're here for one reason, if that's really why we're here, and that's the student and staff success. So
Okay.
I do think we do have to look at that. Just because someone's been somewhere a long time, don't mean time makes it a fact or correct either. And newness don't mean it's out of order.
We're all
Okay,
just getting
well-
to know each other.
Getting to know each other. You're forming, you're brainstorming, you're forming a team.
Well, I just want to add that, basically, I hear what you're saying. If I treated you that way, that was not my intention at all. But my way of thinking this, when I came on the board new, I was joining a team. You know, like, you're kind of coming on new, joining us. I'm trying to share information, you know, and what I'm hearing from you is you don't care how it was done, you want it done a whole new way, it's a whole new team. So
That's not
I
what
mean,
I'm saying.
I'm
We're
just-
joining a team, you're absolutely correct. But even when you join, even though there are some ground rules, there's still new perspective from that new player. I can join anything, and I can work with anybody. But like I said, everything that's felt is not from verbal. Some of it's nonverbal.
Okay.
So that is, you know, that's
both
just something
ways.
we learned today. And you know, we just pay attention to it.
Well, I think that this was I don't know, is this the largest new members coming on at one time? And we were it was March, critical when you're voting on a lot of things that were coming down at the end of the year. And so as a board member, I think basically what we were saying is we're going to be voting and y'all are on the board. And I don't know if that's what y'all are referring to or not about join us or get in line, or I can't remember what you were saying, but things were happening that we had to go ahead and continue with. So I think that's all that we were trying to accomplish was we had things that we had to finish.
Yeah, and it was awkward coming on the board too, new, voting on things that.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why we're here, because we were like, we gotta have the I don't know what I'm voting on.
Right.
Coming in the middle of the meeting.
It wasn't
Yeah,
fair
it's coming in
on
the-
either side.
Coming in the middle of the.
Right, it was
middle
just
of
like
the
that
dinner.
first
It
night we
wasn't
voted officers.
fair
We was
on
like,
either
what? We didn't know.
It wasn't fair
We
on
didn't
either
know.
side. It wasn't fair on either side.
But this is
I'm
appreciated.
looking at.
This is appreciated.
I'm looking at. We're about to go into a new. I always look ahead. That we're about to go. All this needed to be said, so everybody know how everybody was feeling. My thing is, we're about to move forward into a new year. now we know where everybody was coming from and how everybody's feeling. Let's go forth and conquer.
I hate to be the last one, but it's about respect, and I think if we can take the opportunity and be willing to respect each other, no matter what our opinion is, that doesn't matter. But we have to respect each other. And I know some may think I don't talk to Dr. P as much as they do. Dr. P can tell you, I know his phone number.
Lately, especially, yes, I would agree, Mr. Taylor.
Maybe it doesn't look that way, okay? But there are a lot of conversations going on, okay? And between me and y'all and him, and I struggle sometimes too. I'm new to the ball game, so I've always been, and I just found out I was orange, so I am the only orange on the group. So
and we are glad to have you.
And therefore, you understand why I asked, what's going to happen? What are we going to get in return for it? That's just a pet peeve of mine. I can't guarantee I will agree with you.
And I can guarantee you won't.
But
You won't.
But I will respect you. And it is my hope that you do the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
And then maybe someday we'll have that plaque again.
That'd be great.
And I know we're getting ready to leave, just a 30-second commercial, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
And we'll do this at a workshop, but and I know it's a lot today, but give us your 1-minute commercial about what they can expect when we think about aligning budget to, even though we didn't get to finalize all this, we're already thinking about how to support them with whatever direction they're going to provide.
Sure. So, the budgeting process, the way this works, you all set goals, then the district lines out the priorities, then we look for implementation methods on that. Within those implementations, we look at resources. What will it take to implement? And then and resources could be many things. It could be district assets, the use of a building for an after-school program. It can be employees. It can be capital, money, all of those things. So the big picture of it is you're laying the groundwork, when you're talking about the goals, for us to establish priorities and then look for implementation ways to accomplish those goals. So I've got the PowerPoint printed if you want a paper copy going home. We do have to, of course, the finances here, that is a finite set. There is a set revenue. We have set expenditures. Those can be adjusted. The expenditures according to the board's goals and then the district priorities. We just have to have that lens in order going forward to figure out ways to make the most of the district resources that we have. One thing I had planned to do today that I will bring back at a different time, I think it's important, is just I took 4 of your financial reports that you get every month in the packet. And I just wanted to walk you through how to read those, how to understand those. I've made notes on the main report that talks about our cash balance in each of the funds. I've made some notes on there. I'll be glad to give that to you if you want to take it with you, but I'll cover it at another board meeting if you'd like. But and I think both Dr. Paluski and Dr. Poor had talked about, in terms of revenue and declining enrollment, that's an issue. And that's an issue that a lot of school districts are facing. And our enrollment for the ensuing year is we're scheduled to be funded at 7,009 kids. That's the unofficial number. That won't be finalized until the state closes all their reporting, but that's been
Which is
another-
K-12, right?
It's K-12,
Yeah, doesn't
yes.
include pre-K. because-
That's correct. So Dr. Paluski's number he gave you earlier, that includes pre-K. The state funds us on K-12 enrollment. So, but if you look at our 15 or 20-year historical trend, which will be in your budget information when we get to that, it's been downward, and that's something that public education is facing.
Sorry, who within the district is responsible for increasing enrollment?
All of us?
So no one person owns recruiting families to the district? Okay. I'm just curious. Like, everybody shares that as a priority, but it's not any one person's, like, they wake up, they get paid, this is their job, their lane, is recruiting families.
Well, I think, part of the re-envisioning with Ms. Robertson and our wraparound service providers as being ambassadors within our communities to be able to recruit families. I know that's one thing as a link into our communities and knowing our communities as one aspect of how we can strengthen our relationships with our families and do that recruitment. I mean, principals are out trying to sell, their school. I know our teachers do, the very best they can to promote. But if I was to say, is there one person in their school district that says this is your job? No. Now, if you want us to have one person to do that, and that says, hey, let's have one person dedicated to that, we can do that. I mean, that can be.
I just asked the question because I was curious when you talk about the trend. I'm like, okay, well, what strategies are in place? Who is focusing on that every day, right? How to mitigate that risk?
I know this in the past, we put up billboards to see if that would get us more students, and that wasn't
marketing.
That wasn't repeated because it didn't. The money didn't bring in what we were hoping to bring in. I know social media. I know the communications department, they put things out on social media, but I don't know that we have one.
We can table it. It'll come. I'll ask it again. I mean, in that goal area, if this is a big problem, it's what contributes to the amount of money we receive, how much support we can offer.
I remember when I went to the ASBA AAEA joint meeting in May, there was a person from the Little Rock School District, and I can't tell you what her title was.
Oh, Steph Vestal.
But it was like she was.
Yeah, community engagement. She's
yes,
like,
it was something like that. And I thought, well, she must just be out there trying to get families. So I guess that was her job.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of going back, I mean, and then declining enrollment is in goal 5. And then now you're talking strategy into that area of declining enrollment.
I feel like I'm giving y'all paper cuts, but okay, so goal 1 should be teachers. Goal 2 should be enrollment. I don't know. Like, are these our biggest problems that we face from a strategic perspective?
Well,
attendance also very important, which is goal 3.
So that student teacher, because that is in here. Goal 2 for students is there, and it's also in goal 4, which is, so those 2 are both here. And I think to your point, which is what I was trying to get us a starting point, is identifying where we feel like our biggest areas of need or problems of practice that we're all going to agree to. And so I'm kind of leaving today that we all don't agree with even the goals or the order of the goals, or let alone. And so, and maybe I approached this the wrong way, and I'll own that. Maybe what we should have done was just brainstorm whatever you all think, and we could have approached it that way. I was just trying to be proactive and think about it from the world that we live in and kind of narrow it to get us here. So I apologize if I approached this the wrong way to start the dialogue.
I don't want to come across as that. I just think once we start entering the conversation about budget, that's when the trade-offs come in to me. And so, like, when we talk about the reality that we're facing declining enrollment, my mind immediately goes to, okay, that is a long-term, that's an existential threat to our future. So what are we doing to mitigate it? And maybe it doesn't come before our other priority areas, but once we start talking about budget, I can't help but think, where are the trade-offs in the priorities? Not that any of them are wrong, just that they're not in proper order.
And what I want to say, when I did this, I didn't mean each one of us individually. I meant us as a board has more to do with the declining improving the declining enrollment. If we get our schools where they need to be, we're going to have all kinds of kids from other school districts coming here, because all the other school districts have some of the same problems we do.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, a lot of the phone calls I get are from staff members who are frustrated because this board is preventing them from doing the very things they need to do to make the school district what we would hope it to be. So this meeting today, I was hoping would be more closer to a unified mind and how we can do that, because this board is going to have more to do with that than anything else, because it truly impacts everything that happens below.
Can we stay here 5 more hours?
Yeah, no. But I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Brown. I know you were working through the financial overview.
No, that's fine. But there's things to discuss. You know, the financial guidance that you all give will be setting your goals so the district can set priorities and we can do implementation strategies. And once we get to that implementation part, we determine what resource we need to commit in order to get that implementation, you know, happening. So, Dr. P, you want me to cover any additional information?
Can I just say?
I think that's good.
I've got my handouts you can take with you and
No, I was just saying
Can I say something in support of him?
Yeah.
Him, for you all, the newest board members, it's going to be super frustrating. Just to understand as that budget comes, because everything, first, the way it's structured, it's hard to capture it. And then you're going to say, well, you know, where is it that these priorities fall? That's going to have to evolve a little bit. I think it can get a lot better with the guidance you gave Greg today. But and there's fixed cost. So, you know, is it 80% for you or 75 for just salaries?
It's salary and fringe 75.
75%. So, and then that's not even counting other fixed costs like transportation,
Debt service,
Utilities.
utilities,
Right.
insurance.
So, you know, so your pot of play money is
Very small.
Very small.
6.
Yeah.
Very small.
Dr. Paluski, I do appreciate you putting that together for us.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why we hire you. That's why we have our superintendent, to present this and do the research and bring something to us. And then we have this nice starting point, and we can play with it or keep it the way it is. But thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Where does a human get, like, your T-shirt or your? I would really like to. I talked to an embroidery shop the other day. It's like, if I get the logo and get a shirt that matches.
We'll get you some gear. That's
This was from the student council. They were selling these.
I'm glad you brought that up because this has been on my mind.
It's over, a
But
period.
if you would do me a favor and just send Ms. Colquitt your size. There's some stuff I wanted to get you that just says like board member and
I'd
stuff.
love to have like a
polo.
I mean, I'll
or
buy
like
it,
this.
whatever I
Sure,
need to do.
sure.
Yeah,
Did you see the back?
If you
No.
could.
A lot of the stuff that we've every January they recognize board members, and so every January we get something.
This was this January.
That was this January.
Yeah, I just
Next
want something. You
January.
know, some meetings I'm gonna wear a tie, and other meetings I would where it's a little bit more casual. I'd like to have, you know, I still like to represent.
Most
They
of
have
mine
t-shirts.
is-
They have things for sale online.
You want some
that's what I was about to
I'm
say.
a-
Okay.
Yeah.
Great for life.
And at the
Re-
football
Yes, sir.
games, they
Thank you.
sell, they have
Okay.
a little shop there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what that is. That's, yeah, that's where I went. I didn't know what G for F meant up there, but I went there and talked to the lady about, you know, you and me.
They have some stuff already.
Yeah, but they didn't have anything for me.
Yep. But he's
Yeah, I was gonna have them just import it.
approved.
I can't remember if it was Tori or Crystal, one of them asked at a last board meeting from CPPC about here, Dr. P, about questions. And so those are it. I don't remember what the question was, but,
Yeah,
you remember?
yes.
Okay, that's what that is.
So are we going to set a time to look at budget, another workshop?
Yes, ma'am. I think probably, I'll ask you, would you like Mr. Brown to formally present that at a workshop, so you have that information, you can discuss what it is that he has shared? I just need some direction on what you would like.
Just to give you all information, maybe I sit down and talk to the microphone. So what I'm passing out now is it's the conceptual framework of how budget works and how we strategically budget. If you're talking about specific budget numbers for fiscal year 27, that's a process that began March 1 and will not culminate until August. So just for instance, the state will not give us the foundation funding, our state aid notice. That doesn't come out until the end of July. So we do have numbers that are already set for some funding mechanisms that are set by law. So we already know those portions, but there are other aspects that come out, and the state will not allow us to submit a budget for fiscal year 27 until September the 15th through September the 30th. So that's the 2-week window where we submit our budget for the 27 year. So by the end of August, the 1st of September, we have all of our numbers at that point that the budget, the actual budget, can be discussed and talked about at a meeting. What would be helpful prior to then is if you all have your goals, if you have those, and we have a set of priorities, and we know how we're going to start that implementation, then in this budget process, we can make room, to get those covered. Does that make sense? Okay.
So it's fair to say
So when we say a
about
budget-
October, we would have more clarity on numbers.
Well, I would say by your September workshop, we
Okay.
will have, we will have a budget to look at, discuss, and prior to that, if we have the goals established, we know what our priorities are, and we have an implementation method on some of the priorities, and we have direction, like which way we're heading, then we can look for ways to accommodate those resources, whether it's assigning people for the implementation, providing facilities for that implementation, or looking for budget resources, financial, capital, in order to implement that. So it's a multi-prong approach. And I'll say this, our budget presentations, they don't get too far in the weeds. We talk about high level, and that's what the state requires us to present to school boards. But when we get to that portion, if any of you want to dive deeper into the budget and talk about specific areas that we may not cover in public, I'm certainly willing to meet with you individually and go as deep as you want to go. And I'll just say this, I I've served many roles in a school district, okay? I've been a teacher, I've been an assistant principal, I've been a principal, I've been an interim superintendent, I have been a technology coordinator, I've been director of purchasing, I've been CFO. I also served 2 terms on the Warren School Board. So I served 8 years on the Warren School Board. I was young then, okay? But I thought, well, I can get this figured out. But I'll say this, I did not understand school finance at any point to the degree I needed to until I immersed myself in the field of school finance. I still learn something new every day in this position. So no one expects you all to know everything. I don't know everything. I have the resources to dig and find out what I need to know, but I'm just saying it is a complicated area. Each fund, and I can go into this, but each fund has its own guide rails. So, you know, your cash balance report you get, you know, there's about maybe 200 lines on it. Each of those lines have guardrails. There are specific requirements for specific funds. Some can be used for salaries, some cannot. Some can be used to purchase materials and supplies, some cannot. Some you have to write plans for and get approved before you can use it for those purposes. Some you don't. So I'm just saying it's complicated, it's in depth. I'm willing to go as deep as you need me to for your comfort level, and I always offer to meet with people, and I've had people take me up on that from time to time. If there's anything you need to know from me financially, I'm willing to meet with you and do that. The process of getting the budget approved, what the state requires us to submit to them, saying you've seen that, is very high level. So what we'll talk about and have you approve is the state required information that you all are required to see. But don't think it's limited to that, because I can have those individual meetings with you if you need me to.
Just clarification on the process. So it's typical to approve of the strategic plan, the priority areas, and then figure out the budget associated? Or is that does that happen at the same time? Where you say, okay, here's our plan, these are the things we're going after, this is how much it's going to cost us. So do you approve the plan and then figure out how to pay for it? Or do you do it together?
Well, do you want to answer that? So, you know, what the process there is establishing your goals. What are your objectives? Then you establish priorities. Then you strategize your implementation methods. So in the implementation, it may be that we have to implement something over time, and we can't fully implement. So we look for how can we have, what resources do we have to implement that. It may be that we could fully implement something immediately. It may be that we have to implement something if it's costly over time.
Okay.
So it just, once you all snap that chalk line and give us a framework, that makes it easier planning down the road. But, you know, establishing the goals and getting priorities in place, and then letting the district personnel look at the strategies on how we're going to do that, that's the most important part first.
Okay.
And then we look for ways to actually make that happen, whether it's committing facilities, people, money.
And that also affects his evaluation. That's the reason why we kind of need those, because come December, when we start thinking about his evaluation, it's all based on the goals that we're setting here today. Are all hearts clear? I just have one question. Is there anything different that you would have liked to have happened today for the next one?
Only thing I wanted to know, personally, talked to Dr. Pete, he explained it some. Two things that are still on my mind that I really want more explanation on, and it doesn't have to be today, it's not going anywhere. We were way in debt. Why were we in debt? You explained it, and I still, some up here is not clicking. We were way in debt, now we're better. And also, too, I want to go over, again, the whole difference in money savings from the block scheduling to the 8-period day at the high school. I want to understand what's going on there as well. So, but that, like I said, that's not going anywhere.
You got it, Dr. P?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Well, all right. All hearts are clear. Everybody be safe.
And Dr. P, we need to meet individually. I just want